Is anyone there now?
I'm here. This is Terry.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to give us just a few more minutes to let the last few people join in who need to, but we will be starting in pretty quickly. I'm going to say probably about 2 more minutes. I just want to make sure that everybody has access, that everybody can see my screen share of our agenda for today. If you need, I will also shortly be putting this agenda into the chat so that you can have that as well. These have been going amazingly. This is our third in the series, and they've actually been ending early. So I'm hoping that we can keep on that trajectory and get everybody out into the sun, because we know us Oregonians don't get enough of that. So just about 2 more minutes, and then we will get started with procurement. All right, so we still do have some people joining. In the last, I would say 2 minutes, we had about 9 people join in. So people are still going to be coming in. But Terry, or yes, I see Terry, you're on the call. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. As soon as
Perfect.
I click on all
All
my
right, I will
buttons.
stop sharing and you can take over.
Okay, so let's go to share screen. Okay, right there. And that's better. And I'm going to stop my video so it's not distracting. Hi, my name is Terry Sinclair Olson, and I am the Region 3 procurement specialist for what's called Goods and Trade Services. There will be presenters on to follow me. Sorry, I'm getting used to my keys here. Why my screen won't move, I don't know. Sorry about that. It worked before. There we go. It's just slow. That's what I think. And it might try to move through a bunch of slides because I hit the arrow key several times. But to start with, this is about doing business with ODOT. And this first screen is to give it a kind of an overview of all the different things that you can do business with ODOT for. Basically, if you provide it, ODOT likely purchases it. Like I said, I am with the goods and trade side. There are also professional architect engineering services, and Jennifer Barrett will be presenting on that, as well as consulting services. There's highway and bridge construction, and the differentiation between my group and highway and bridge construction is generally the work that I put out is state funded. Very rarely we will do projects with some federal funding, but that's the anomaly. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Goods and trades. Oops. We have 5 different regions. Our procurement group is broken up with a procurement specialist per region. I am Region 3, which is the green down in the left lower hand side. That consists of Douglas, Coos, Curry, Josephine, and Jackson counties. But there are procurement specialists located in each region. We will share back and forth. If someone's workload gets overloaded, I may issue procurements for, say, Region 1 or Region 2 or even 4 and 5, and vice versa. This is Region 3, and in Region 3 we have 2 districts, District 7 and District 8. District 7 consists of Coos, Curry, and Douglas County, and District 8 consists of Josephine and Jackson County. I'm the procurement specialist for goods and trades for the entire region. But in each of the districts, there are specific people that work on the maintenance side that will do goods and trades, small and intermediate procurements, and I'll get into that a little bit later. So what we do is we have several different thresholds. This is all set in statute, so we have to follow the rules. So I'm set forth by the Oregon legislature. We have what's called a direct purchase. That's anywhere from $0 to $10,000, and no bids are required. So basically, if I need a case of hand sanitizer, I can purchase that directly. With that said, I have to go online to Orpin if I'm the purchaser to determine if there is a price agreement. So there are several different ways to get goods for the small, intermediate, and even the large purchases. We can get bids, we can get quotes, or we go to what's called a price agreement. Price agreements are either mandatory or what's called convenience. I issue a lot of convenience price agreements. You may see those come out advertised. One of the most recent ones I did was for emergency services for Highway 138. It's a convenience contract. We're not required to use it. But there are a lot of price agreements that come through DAS, which is the Department of Administrative Services, that are mandatory. So they will go out and negotiate large contracts for, say, hand sanitizer during this whole COVID thing, hand sanitizers and masks, and they'll get good pricing because of the bulk and the amount that are on those contracts. And then they mandate state agencies to use those because they feel that that's the best and most cost-effective way to get those services. But outside of that, the people in the regions say they need some brush cutting, and they anticipate it's going to cost $7,500. They can pick up the phone and they can call a contractor and they can get that work done without even getting with no competitive bids. So they can call one person, that person says, I'll do it for $4,500, or I'll do it for $9,999, because that's under the $10,000 limit. They will then either do a purchase order, or they can actually use what's called our spots card, which is the state credit card. And the reason I'm saying this is for small businesses, get to know your local person. And after, you can email me. My email will be at the end of this slideshow if you want to get in touch with the local people in those districts, the people that may be doing those purchases. Because if you provide a good product at a good price, they'll give you a call. And if you do a good job, they'll call you again. And the same goes for what's called this intermediate purchase. And the intermediate purchase is between $10,000 and $100,000. And it's for goods and trade services, which goods and trade services are like products. Trade services are non-public works, public improvement type services. Tree cutting is considered a trade service. Brush cutting, snow removal, that type of thing. So there's a lot of these intermediate purchases that can go to small businesses that have a good working relationship with their ODOT partners, because all that's required is that they pick up the phone and get 3 bids. And so if you provide a good price and a good service, they will use you, and they will use you repetitively if you provide the best price. A lot of these I will post on Orpin. They'll put them through me. One of the requirements is that if you, for any type of public work, which would be, say, sidewalks, paving, facilities projects, replacing doors, windows, etc. If they're over $50,000, they require the contractor to pay prevailing wage. So a lot of my business partners in the regions will send me, please put this on ORPN, and then my office, which is the procurement office, OPO, will post those, and then we take care of paying that prevailing wage fee for them. So it's just a very efficient way to get the product, the procurement out to the public, allow a bigger pool of bidders, and then take care of the paperwork for the region. That brings to the next level, which is purchases above 100,000 or any public improvement project. And a public improvement project is different than a public works, and I'm not going to get into that because it's a technicality in legislation. But basically, a public improvement is if you're improving state property, and a public work would be, say, a maintenance type project that still requires prevailing wage. These have to be posted on ORPN. And right now, we are going to be transitioning from ORPN to what's called Oregon Buys, and I think Kayla will be talking about that later in the day. And that will be our new procurement system. ORPN is our current procurement system, and if anything that's posted on ORPN, you have to be registered. And there will be a blackout where there'll be no procurements posted from June 16th to July 1st, and then Oregon Buys goes live. So anybody that's listening, if there's actually quite a few small projects out there right now because of the end of the biennium and the need to spend money, you could get registered on ORPN right away and potentially bid on those projects. But the main focus should probably be getting registered on Oregon Buys, because after July 1st, that's the only way that you will be able to bid any of this work that's posted. Okay, so this one is region. Public improvement projects, and that was where I was talking about that it's an improvement of state public works, basically, the roads, the buildings, etc. Through my group, which is Goods and Trades, it's state-funded projects. Like I said, only rarely will we issue procurements that have federal funds. And at the very beginning of the slideshow, that photo that you see is called Hoeks Canadian, and that was a slide, Hoeks Canadian slide, you can Google it, took out the roadway. That was an example of all the different things that come together in projects. There was an emergency requirement, which is where maintenance, the highway's shut, there's imminent danger, we got to get the road open, that type of thing. They can pick up the phone and they can call contractors to get them to come out and do the work. They had to do that on the Hoeks Canadian slide. And then once they got the roadway stabilized, they asked for federal money for what's called an emergency reimbursement. So the reason I'm stating this is that most of the projects that come out through ORPN and Oregon Buys are state funded. So the general conditions and the requirements of that contract are per the state. But you also have to be aware that when you pull up a project, if it has federal requirements, so you have to read those documents. You have to read the general conditions, the requirements of the contract, yada, yada, yada. Because if it has federal funding, then certain things kick in like Davis-Bacon, Buy America, and all these other different requirements that have to be followed. And if you're not familiar with federal requirements, you need to be, or else don't bid it, because it can be very complicated and it can cause a lot of problems. But that being said, most of the procurements that are issued are state funds. You still have to pay attention to all the rules because it's we have to follow those rules, and therefore the contractors have to follow those rules. One of the differences for state funded projects is that we do not require pre-qualification. If you go to the highway side, which they'll talk about later, there is a requirement for pre-qualification. Those are FHWA projects that are federally funded, and there is a federal requirement for pre-qualification. The other thing that we offer through Goods and Trades and ORPN, which will then be Oregon Buys, are certified firm opportunities. And Christy will talk about this in depth later. But we offer, we have an ESB program that we offer projects only to certified ESB firms for projects under 100,000. They are required to be posted on ORPN, and after July 1st, they'll be required to be posted on Oregon Buys. This is, like I said, I'll let Christy do the most of the talking on this, but this is a great way for small businesses to get a foot in the door with ODOT. We are set up to provide assistance to those firms to help them get through the paperwork processes, because sometimes the paperwork processes can be very daunting for people that aren't familiar with it. But we have committed ourselves to helping emerging small businesses learn that process so that they can end up bidding on larger projects. It's kind of a way to get your foot in the door and to get the state of Oregon and ODOT specifically a larger pool of bidders, because we're always looking for good contractors and better pricing and all of that. We offer subcontracting opportunities, especially through, say, some of our facilities projects. We would, a facility renovation or new building, I mean, you would have a whole list of electrical, mechanical, HVAC, security. All these are subcontractors, and they would then provide bids to the general contractor, and then the general contractor submits the final bid through ORPN/Oregon Buys. The work that I issue is regionally based. It's, like I said, funded through district maintenance operations. And even with the federal funding, it usually comes back through district maintenance and operation. Like I said before, I am Region 3, District 7 and 8, but all the other districts and regions have specific procurement specialists that are assigned to those regions. And you get to know us, and we're there to help. And I think I've been here a year and a half. I love Region 3. It's been very enjoyable job, good contractors, good workers, etc. The insider tip, many products and services valued under 10,000 are purchased directly from our business partners statewide. Take time to get to know your local agency contacts and to provide them with information about your business. It's critical in being considered for direct purchase opportunities. If you're an ESB, and especially if you're a new ESB, you can contact Christy Amicham, who will be giving a presentation later, and get her your information, and she can send that out to whoever would, if it's Goods and Trades, it would be me. If it's professional services, architecture and engineering services, she would get it to Jennifer Barrett. So she's your kind of point of contact for ESB. If you're not an ESB contractor, feel free to shoot me an email. You'd like to, say you want to work in Jackson County or in Douglas County, send me an email, what services you offer, and then I'll send that to the local partners and have them get in touch with you. Like I said, we're always looking for new, competent and qualified contractors that can give us a good price. So I have the link, bid information available, that ORPN, that will be Oregon Buys. And then there's a link here to the district maintenance contact information, and you'll get information there, but to get the specific name of the person, you're probably further ahead just to email me and request that, because I don't know if it gets down to that level of, who's the person that's actually going to be buying that product or that service. Okay, so very quickly, what we do, we put out a invitation to bid, and that is generally projects that are over 100,000. We also have what's called a request for bids, and that's projects that are under 100,000, called an intermediate procurement I discussed previously. We can also do, and those are low bid based. I have done invitations to bid where we will award a contract to all qualified contractors. But it's still based, either I have to award it to everyone that is qualified to do the work, and I do that on some price agreements, or else it's low bid based. The request for bids is generally the same way. But we may have information there, say, I put out some emergency contracts recently for fire related, you know, because we had those horrible fires. And because it's an emergency procurement, we don't have to follow all of the rules for best price, low bid. So I put out a request for bids that was based on price and qualifications, because we needed someone that knew what they were doing, and it was an emergency need. Then there's requests for proposals, and a request for proposals would be based where we have something. One of these that I recently did was for drug and alcohol testing services for ODOT. We are the largest user of drug and alcohol testing in the state because of our CDL drivers. So that was based, we had to make sure that not only was it that we were getting a good price, but we had to make sure that we had a contractor that could meet all this different criteria. So the request for proposal went out that said, you have to do this, 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 and this. And then we'll evaluate it based on that, and we give a scoring to the price. So the price was still factored in, but so were all these other things, the ability to meet, you know, a 24/7 response, and the way that they do their chain of custody, and all of these technical things regarding that. So you may see one that comes out for a request for proposal that is not just low bid based. And then the request for quotes. The request for quotes is for projects that are anticipated to be under 100,000. Those come from usually the region people, and they just call and get 3 quotes for that. And electronic submittal on ORPN and Oregon Buys. Your bids will be submitted through Oregon Buys after July 1st. Right now we're doing email submittal of bids because of the COVID. But that's going to transition to where you will be submitting your bids through Oregon Buys. Okay, so after we put the document out on ORPN, which will now be Oregon Buys, and you probably are getting tired of me saying Oregon Buys, but please register on Oregon Buys. We post a closing date. In Oregon Buys, it'll be a bid opening date. So the date that we open the bids, we then look at those, and we will post the preliminary results right away, unless the project is over budget, and then we may not post those because we may have to rebid it, and we don't want to give away the bidder's pricing. So, but generally we will post those preliminary results within a half hour. Then we look at the low bidder, and we determine whether they're responsive and responsible. Responsive means you've been responsive to the bid document. So it's very important that you read the requirements of the bid. Okay, I have to submit a first tier subcontractor form within 2 hours. I have to submit this, this, and this. And each bid can be different. And so you have to really pay attention to what you have to submit. So, because if you don't submit those things, you can be deemed non-responsive, and your bid won't even be considered. So after that, then the project team looks at responsible bidder. And the responsible bidder means that you have the experience and qualification to do the work. If you are putting in, okay, say you want to do bridge work and you have to do shoring, I doubt that ODOT would award a contract to someone that has never done that type of work. If you can prove that you can do the work, okay, fine. But we have to think of safety to the public, the fact that we want you to be successful also. We do not want you to fail. So if, okay, take we put out sidewalk repair. If there's an ADA requirement, we require an ADA certification now, because the ADA requirements are very specific, and that we had a lot of instances where the sidewalks got installed and they didn't meet the end criteria. And so they had to be ripped out and replaced. We do not want to put that burden onto you. We want to make sure that you know that what's required and that you will not bid on something that you don't have the experience for. And that we will be looking for that. That's why we ask for bidder references and experience. If you've done work for ODOT, similar work for ODOT in the last 3 years, we no longer require you to have to actually submit those references, but we always have the ability to ask for those references and call them. If you've not done work for ODOT in the last 3 years, you are required as part of the bid to list your references. If you do not do that, you can be deemed non-responsive. After we do responsible bidder, we post what's called an intent to award, and that's, okay, you've met the criteria, we're going to award the contract to you. There are requirements in the documents that we allow 5 days for any other bidder to protest that award. If they think, oh, well, that's not fair, and they have to prove that, that they were harmed and that they should have got the bid. So we post that intent to award. We do an insurance review, which Zach will talk about later. We have to get your bonds if they're required, and they're required if the project is over 100,000. If it's under 100,000, we may or may not require bonds. Generally, we don't. And then you have to send in a responsibility form that basically shows that you have the capacity and the ability to do the work, and you have to sign it. It becomes a legal document. And then we have the signed contract. And after all that is done, we usually try to do this all during that protest period. So we generally get our contracts after they've been bid. Generally 7 days is, a week, consider a week, and you should be issued a notice to proceed. Sometimes that will take a little longer if the project's over budget and we have to do some negotiation, but generally you can expect about a week. So what I over here on the left-hand side of the screen, congratulations, your firm is the apparent low bidder. That's the intent to award, and we tell you exactly what you need to submit. The other little picture is an example of where we post the preliminary results to ORPN. So that was long-winded, lot of information. Do you have any questions regarding anything that I've said?
I got a question.
Yes.
Is there anything specific we need for registering for organ buys, or just signing up like we?
Is Kayla on the line?
I am not sure if Kayla is here just now, but I know that she will be I'm sorry?
This is Kayla, I'm here.
Thanks.
Awesome. So I'm going to kind of go over that with you in my presentation. So we'll talk about what the requirements are and how to do that. So we'll go over that in just a little bit.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Doesn't sound like it. So with that, thank you very much. Let me make sure I don't, yeah, it's my last slide. Oh, there it is. Doing business with ODOT, there is my email address. If you want to me to get you, if you have any questions or you want to get in touch with any of the local people, shoot me an email. So thank you very much. So I will turn it over to Zach.
Good morning, everybody. This is Zach Cartwright, and I'm the Risk and Compliance Analyst for ODOT, and I'm housed within the Procurement Office. I'll share my video so you can put a face to a name. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, Region 3. Within the chat box, Helly just sent a little chat to everybody if they can put their name and their business information or business name in there as well. That way we can understand the audience that we're speaking to. And I just see that we have a geotechnical firm in there. So I'll give some examples kind of directly attributed to those different type of firms. So it's more applicable to all of you. Let me share my presentation now. Okay, and can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for your response on that. So again, my name is Zach Cartwright, and I'm the Risk Compliance Analyst for ODOT. And today we're going to be going over the risk management considerations for ODOT projects and how these are applicable to you and your companies. So first, we really need to understand the risk management process. And I guarantee you, these are steps that you either do formally or informally within your guys' businesses. So first, we have to identify what that risk is or that risk exposure, and that the uncertainties which it can potentially impact our business objectives. The next step is we really assess and prioritize those risks. So, how costly could those risks be, and put them in a priority to the other risk or uncertainties that we have within a certain project. And then really once we kind of understand that risk, we can evaluate the solutions to either mitigate, transfer, tolerate, or terminate, or kind of control undesirable risks. Or if you can understand it to a point where you can actually benefit from the realization of those risk opportunities. And I'll give you an example. For example, COVID. Some businesses have really been able to adapt to all the COVID restrictions and have been able to flourish, where other companies haven't been able to because they're slower, not as flexible to adapt. So some companies out there have been really able to benefit from that additional risk or that uncertainty. Once we evaluate those solutions, we really need to thoughtfully and methodically understand the cause and effect of implementing those solutions. And that is to understand the causes, again, and the effects that it could have on your businesses, other businesses, people around you, public relations, many, many different aspects. So we try to gain a holistic understanding of what it could affect. And the next step is to really monitor and report the different solutions that we've implemented. So we utilize value add data and matrices to gain a deeper understanding of those causes and effects, so that we can slowly or quickly adjust our solutions in order to best realize the opportunities that those risks present. Or we understand that, hey, it's creating an undesirable risk that the company is currently experiencing and we need to adjust. Now, something to consider is we don't want to measure just to measure. We don't need all the data that there is available. We just really need to focus on that value add data. Now, within this whole process is awareness. And we need to bring everybody to the table that we can think of that this risk can potentially impact. Our coworkers, our subcontractors, to really identify and understand that risk and really understand what those solutions can cause and the effects of those solutions, to really understand and to have buy-in from all parties involved. And awareness really, really, really creates a very successful risk management program. So it's very, very important. Now, the next step that I want to talk about in regards to risk management is risk appetite. Now, risk appetite is what you are in the business of doing. So for instance, the geotechnical firm that had posted a comment, they're in the business of providing professional services, of engineering, of providing a great standard of care. And really they're in the businesses to mitigate and reduce any errors and omissions within their work. And their work is going to have risk, just like all of your guys' work is going to have risk in it. Now there's risk inherent in everything, and we can't be risk adverse to everything. Otherwise we won't have jobs, we won't have businesses. So really we have to understand that risk and the best way to mitigate that risk. Now, ODOT's risk appetite, if you will, is off of our mission statement. So what are we in the business of doing? Our mission statement says that we provide a safe and reliable multimodal transportation system that connects people and helps Oregon communities and economy thrive. And I will state that this mission statement cannot be accomplished without you all. So we really look at this as a huge relationship and partnership building. And that's why we're here today talking about doing business with ODOT, because we, within this mission statement, work with you to help us accomplish this mission statement. So if you will, this is also part of your mission statement because you do the work to help us accomplish this for Oregon and Oregon communities and Oregon citizens. And if you look at the different risks here, you have a wide variety of risks from railroad to building bridges to, on the top right, maintenance of our roads. And the bottom right also could be considered maintenance of our roads. The next one is in regards to contract requirements and addressing scope and risk exposures. Now, scope, I'm talking about the project scope and those risk exposures. So in regards to addressing project scope, do we have pollution? Do we have engineering? Safety impacts, a lot of different things that need to be considered within our project scope. And within our contract provisions, the first one is risk mitigation. So again, we identify that risk, we prioritize that risk, and we look at how we can solve our solutions and implement those solutions. And part of that is risk mitigation within our contract language. So if we do have individuals that are performing pollution remediation or hazardous material remediation, we really have to understand what hazardous materials are there, where they're at in the project, the environment around the project. Do we have any endangered species or active wells or wetlands or different attributes like that within the project? And within our language that we utilize within the contract, we address how to properly handle the pollution or hazardous material. We address who is qualified to handle that material, how that material needs to be contained. We also address how to properly dispose, properly dispose of that material. And that's all risk mitigation strategies in order to reduce any future risk exposures or bodily injury or property harm that it could cause to others. Now, this next one, the indemnity clause, there's a lot of confusion about the indemnity clause. And so I'm here to help clarify that. This is also termed a hold harmless clause. And I will let you know that this is in all of the state's contracts, and this should also be in all of your contracts to your contractors or your subcontractors. Now, what is the indemnity clause? The indemnity clause is actually fairly simple, and it's put in all our contracts again. Now, the indemnity clause basically states that you as the contractor are responsible for your actions. And we ask that you be responsible for your actions within that contract language. That's why this clause is in there. Now, it also states that ODOT, if we are found liable as well, are responsible for our own actions. So what the indemnity clause is not, we are not asking the contractor or consultant to be responsible for ODOT actions. We are only asking the consultant and contractor to be responsible for their own actions. Now, there could be cases or causes where there is a shared responsibility because a certain action took place where ODOT and the contractor or consultant shared responsibility for any bodily injury or property damage that it causes someone else. And that shared responsibility, again, ODOT is responsible for their actions and the consultant contractor is responsible for their own actions as well. So a contract is basically passing on a responsibility. I'm contracting with this geotechnical firm to provide expertise, professional services on a certain project. And I'm relying on them to provide those services and to be responsible for the services that they provide. That's basically all that it's saying. Now, back to our relationship building and our partnerships and our continued effort to grow and work with one another. We have the disagreements, protests, claims process, and also the error and omission process. Now, what do these do? These, or this language, if you will, within these different parts of our contract are very thoughtfully put together and have been put together with your, or if you will, industry input. So ODOT has worked hand in hand to put this language together. And the reason why is because you guys are our partners. We want to develop deep relationships with you. This is a small world, especially in the transportation industry. And we rely upon you and you rely upon us for the business that we provide to you. And we rely upon you for the business that you provide to us and Oregon citizens. And so we want to be very cognizant and responsible and respectful of our relationship. And that's why this language has been put in there, because we want to solve the problem at the lowest level that we can. So we can work together to make the, whatever situation it is, the good ones, the bad ones, that we can make the best out of it. Now, what we don't want to do is we don't want to go to your professional liability policy every single time there's an issue. We don't want to go to, a lawsuit or to file a claim. We really want to solve this at the lowest common possible area that we can, so we can work together on building and creating a deeper relationship with you, so that we can work with you guys in the future. And that's what we look for. And that's just good business. Now, the next section, if you will, are insurance provisions. So I will state that insurance provisions, we go through a very thoughtful, methodical, and analytical process to determine insurance requirements on our contracts. Now, I will say that we understand and we continue to look and research and understand industry standards. Now, industry standards within the insurance industry changes, and it changes often because there's often litigation or lawsuits that affect how an insurance policy actually provides coverage. And that's something within my position that I need to understand how the industry is changing to best protect you as a contractor or consultant and ODOT. So now, again, with the insurance provisions, we're very cognizant about the insurance amounts and types that we request within our contracts, and that they're appropriate and applicable to that contract. Now, something else to state is that you are already in the business of doing the business that you're doing. And I did check the comments a minute ago. So again, I want to pick on that geotechnical firm, sorry, because that's the only one that I saw previously. So regarding geotechnical, they're already in the businesses of performing and providing that service. So the insurance requirements that we're asking of them, most likely they already have, because it is in their best interest to acquire insurance to protect any financial loss that they may have if they cause bodily injury or property damage to someone, or if they don't meet the standard of care or there's an error in omission within their engineering or professional services that causes a financial loss to their customer, which will then seek to be reimbursed, if you will, for that financial loss, or to be reimbursed because of their bodily injury or property damage, to be made whole again. And that's what insurance is about. So insurance is a risk mitigation strategy for you to protect your business's best interest, because most businesses out there can't afford to pay for all those legal fees, to pay for the claim. They really rely on that insurance to help them. Again, it is a risk management strategy to purchase insurance. So again, we're mostly asking you for the insurance that you already have, if you're already in the business of doing that business. Okay. Now, bond types and amounts, those are predetermined by statute. Now, insurance documentation, what Terry stated before, that we do an insurance review, and I'll get into that. And with the insurance documentation, we're really looking at certificates of insurance, endorsements, and we could be looking at your policy as well. And then the additional insured endorsements and primary non-contributory language, I want to dive a little bit deeper into those two. So the additional insured endorsements are required on all state contracts. And so is the primary non-contributory requirement. And I will say this is an industry standard. So most likely you are also asking for these provisions to be in place within your contracts with your contractor or subcontractor. So now, what does an additional insured endorsement do? Okay, so ODOT requires to be named as additional insured on your policy. And what that means is that if you cause bodily injury or property damage to another individual or entity, and you are liable for that, ODOT is being named as additional insured to be taken out of that lawsuit. So to re-illustrate in kind of real world terms, if you harm someone, most likely they're going to sue ODOT and they're going to sue you as a contractor or consultant. And what that additional insured provision states is it looks at the percentage of liability. Now, if you're 100% liable, then that insurance industry and that claim basically removes ODOT from that claim, because that liability is placed on you as determined by some kind of review or assessment that the insurance company does. Now, primary non-contributory language, what that basically states is that your policy acts as first dollar. So it comes in place. It is primary and it is non-contributory. So meaning that, if you're 100% liable, It is non-contributory, meaning that it will not seek any contribution from the additional insured insurance. So it's just your policy that is in place to protect you and your liabilities. And that's what insurance is. And again, these two provisions, additional insured and primary non-contributory, should be within your contracts with your contractors and subcontractors as well. And it is within all state contracts. And this is an industry standard. So if you're working with an insurance broker and asking, hey, the state is wanting this, or hey, our contractor that we're contracting with is asking for these provisions, again, this is an industry standard. Your insurance broker already knows about these, and it should be already part of your policy. Okay, now insurance. We're going to get a little bit deeper into common types of insurance and talk a little bit about additional types of coverages. So we really identify the types and amounts for each project on an individual basis or project by project basis. Okay, so workers' compensation. This is really easy and really simple. This provides wage replacement and medical benefits to employees injured in the course of employment. And this is a statutory requirement. This is a requirement by law that you provide. And that requirement is just in our contracts. So we don't have to assess a dollar amount or anything like that. It's just a requirement, period, because it's a requirement by law. Now, employer's liability, this protects employers, so yourselves, from financial loss if a worker has a job-related injury or illness not covered by workers' compensation. And on all state contracts, we typically ask for $500,000 worth of coverage for each accident. However, I will state that it's an industry standard that companies provide or have acquired, if you will, at least $1 million worth of coverage in regards to employer's liability. Okay, commercial general liability. This is something that all companies should have. Now, this provides coverage for general business risks or liabilities. So if you have someone at your company and they slip, trip, or fall, this is a policy that takes place when they sue you. Or let's say that you go out to conduct a presentation on your client's property and you accidentally trip someone because you set up equipment to do a presentation, or something catches fire, or you accidentally damage someone's property. This is the coverage that protects you and your business. Now, automobile liability, everybody should be familiar with this. This is a statute requirement for all automobile drivers. This provides coverage for a driver who, while operating a vehicle, harms someone else or their property. Pretty straightforward. Now, additional coverages, we have professional liability, which that geotech firm, sorry, I keep picking on you, that geotech firm is going to have in place to protect them in regards to their professional services, the standard of care that they offer, and any errors and omissions that they have within their professional services that causes a financial loss to their customer. We also have pollution liability for any hazardous material remediation firms out there. Pollution liability is in place to protect against any bodily injury, property damage from a spill, an additional risk exposure whenever you're doing a cleanup or other items like that. We also have marine liability, drone liability, and we assess other different types of coverages as well, depending on the project. Okay, now how do we assess for this or these different insurance types and amounts? What we do is we conduct what is called an insurance risk assessment. And this helps us identify insurance types and amounts applicable and appropriate for each project. Now, if you'll see here, we have commercial general liability, automobile liability, and pollution liability. And this is in regards to our traditional highway construction projects. So it's an insurance risk assessment specific to our traditional highway construction projects. And these three are the most common. Our pollution liability is not really that common because we don't have a lot of pollution remediation, but it is more common than the other ones in the additional coverages. Now, additional coverages, again, we review, look at, assess for marine liability, drone liability, aircraft liability, and more. So we create this very, very thoughtful insurance risk assessment on each one of these insurance types just by clicking in here, addressing several questions, and then coming up with the insurance requirement. Now, the next one that I want to share with you is this is the insurance risk assessment for architectural, engineering, and related services. And here you'll see that we have professional liability, commercial general liability, and automobile liability, and then additional coverages. Again, these are the more typical coverages, And these are the not so typical coverages, the non-typical coverages. And these aren't the only two insurance risk assessments that we have. These are just the ones that I'm showcasing today. Okay, so insurance review. This is where we verify that the insurance requirements within the contract are met by the contractor or consultant. So the consultant or contractor provides a certificate of insurance and other related insurance documents, like their additional insured endorsements or primary non-contributory endorsements. And ODOT, OPO, a procurement specialist, or someone within the region, the contract administrator, project manager. This is where they review the insurance to verify the contract insurance requirements are met. Now, they might have questions to clarify coverages or to clarify the additional insured endorsement or primary non-contributory endorsement. So there might be a little bit back and forth. And I will let you know that I do get involved in some of these, and we work directly with you and your insurance broker to make this as easy as a process as possible. And we've also created documentation and certain verbiage to, again, make this as easy a process as possible. And we're only asking for industry standards. So we've learned over the years, and we reserve the right to get smarter, to really understand what those policies are providing, and that's what we ask for. We don't ask for things that are non-typical that can't be provided by the industry. So we're very, very cognizant of that. And again, we work with you and also your insurance broker if needed. So this is really about, relationship building and, continuing to do business in the future. So ODOT Procurement Office communication, I just kind of wanted to outline who we communicate to. So we communicate to the ODOT project manager, the contract administrator, who's trying to put the contract together. We also communicate with the consultant and contractor, and also the consultant and contractor insurance broker if needed. Again, most of the time it's not needed because most of the time these provisions are already in place and clear, and the insurance broker is easy to provide what is being requested, and we review and all is golden. But I will state that there are some times that there are instances where we do need to work with a consultant and contractor and their insurance broker. And I will say, typically this happens with smaller firms when they're working with a smaller insurance broker, and some education might need to be provided to that insurance broker. Okay. So the next one is contract administration. So just to, I guess, step back for 1 second, is we review the insurance requirements before we sign and execute the contract. Now, once the contract is executed, the responsibility moves to the ODOT contract administrator. Now, the ODOT contract administrator is required to verify that the consultant or contractor maintains the insurance requirements through the requirements that are identified within our insurance exhibit. And it is your responsibility to obtain and maintain that insurance requirements as required. The contract administrator just verifies that that is in place. Now, I will outline within specialty insurance a couple key items. And this is really to help you and to help ODOT and to really understand those industry standards. So in regards to specialty insurance, we verify that the contractor meets specialty insurance requirements before specialty work begins. Now, I want to illustrate this a little bit more after I read this next point. If a subcontractor is meeting specialty insurance requirements on behalf of the contractor, the resident engineer, or contract administrator, if you will, verifies specialty insurance requirements that are met before specialty work begins, part of subcontractor consent process. Now, what we're saying here is, let's take, for instance, hazardous material remediation. Okay, so on a construction contract, it's typically where we see those hazardous material remediation work take place. Now, on a construction contract, typically that takes place toward the beginning of the contract. So we really want to get in there, remediate the hazardous materials, before we conduct the rest of our work. Now, we only require that pollution liability to be in place before that hazardous material work begins. So we're not asking for the hazardous material, or the pollution liability rather, the pollution liability insurance coverage to be in place for the entire duration of the contract. We're only asking for it to be in place in the required instances that hazardous material is being remediated. So we're very cognizant of the dollars that it costs in order to purchase and to maintain a pollution liability insurance coverage. And we're also cognizant about what that coverage is providing for. And again, we're doing this to protect ODOT and the contractor, in case any bodily injury or property damage happens, but we're also being cognizant of the costs. Because ultimately we need to be very cognizant and we need to be great representatives of taxpayers and taxpayer dollars. Now, the next one is we have extended reporting period. So extended reporting period applies to claims made policies like professional liability and pollution liability. However, regarding professional liability, there are a lot of professional liability coverage types that are actually moving to an occurrence based rather than a claims made based. So just need to be cognizant of that. So regarding the extended reporting period, usually there's a tail coverage of about 2 years. And again, this is very common and actually typical within the policy that you currently have in regards to professional liability or pollution liability. So we're going to jump to the next one, doing business with ODOT. So I'm just going to kind of recap everything that we talked about, hit on the main points and the takeaways, or the key takeaways, if you will. So the risk management considerations overview. So contract provisions. Again, risk mitigation. We mitigate risk by identifying insurance. We mitigate risk by implementing, being very cognizant of the contract language that we put in place. The indemnity clause, again, that is to state that you as a consultant or contractor are responsible for your own actions and the liabilities that those may cause. And ODOT is responsible for our own actions and the liabilities that those may cause. So clear separation there. Again, with disagreements, protest, claims process, and also the error and admissions process, I want to make very clear that relationships are very important to us. And that's part of the reason that we work with you and your insurance broker, is relationships are very important to us. That's part of the reason why we have negotiations with a consultant or contractor, is because relationships are very important to us. And really understanding the contract and the contract language to make the contract and make working with one another as best as possible. The insurance provisions. So within the insurance provisions, we have bonds, types and amounts, insurance types and amounts, the insurance documentation, additional insured endorsements, primary non-contributory language. And the key takeaway here is we go through a very thoughtful, methodical, and analytical process on each and every project in order to identify the appropriate insurance types and amounts. And again, these are insurance types and amounts that most likely you already have in place. So you're just providing the documentation for us to review that you meet that the insurance meets the contract requirements. Now, contract administration. Again, contract administration happens after the contract is signed. Once the contract is signed and executed and is in place, that then moves over to the contract administration responsibilities. And here they verify that all contract requirements are being met. So the deliverables, the timelines, and part of the contract requirements is the insurance. And also part of the risk mitigation in regards to the contract deliverables is that contract language on how to properly handle, how to properly dispose of hazardous materials or other types of project deliverables. So we have a little bit more time left, and I'm going to open it up to first say thank you all for being here, for being part of Region 3, for helping ODOT complete its mission statement, or maybe I shouldn't say complete because it's an ongoing continuous process, but for continuing to work on our mission statement. Because without you, we wouldn't be able to do that. So again, I believe that that is also part of your mission statement, because we work hand in hand in order to provide the safe multimodal transportation systems to Oregon and the citizens within Oregon. Again, my name is Zach Cartwright. I'm the Risk and Compliance Analyst for ODOT. My email address is here, zachary.a.cartwright@odot.state.or.us. My phone number is here as well. Feel free to contact me if you would like. On the agenda, on the, I think it's the very last page, our contact information is also provided. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I'm gonna give you guys a moment now to unmute and ask a question. And I think I heard someone unmute.
Hi, Zach, this is Vijay. Can you hear me?
I can.
I think I just posted that question in the chat box. Essentially, is there a kind of a norm for professional services, particularly I'm talking about because my business falls under technical services type of contract, if not exactly quote unquote professional services. but we still have to carry professional services contract. So is there a, standard norm or a criteria for maintaining the insurance policy or that coverage for a certain contract after the completion of the contract?
That is a great question. And I'll tell you what typical industry standards are. So typical industry standards are regarding the extended reporting period or tail coverage are that you just provide us evidence that you still have that coverage in place. So if you're still in business and still are acquiring your professional liability policy, if you will still have that policy in place. And all you do is need to provide that information to the contract administrator. And that's typically for a 2-year span. And that's also on our A&E contracts, also non-A&E contracts. And that is a requirement, a federal requirement that we review that. And that's part of our contract closeout process. So again, typically you're going to stay in business, you're going to keep operating, and you're going to keep, providing or keep purchasing that professional liability policy to protect your business. Now, the extended reporting period or tail coverage rather, it could be used either way. That's typically put in place once you are going out of business, or let's say that you get acquired from another business. So if you go out of business, typically the best practice is to purchase a 2-year extended reporting or tail coverage policy to cover any errors and omissions that your company could have provided on any past contracts. And again, that's to protect you financially. Now, if you are being acquired, typically the entity that is acquiring you will also purchase an extended reporting or tail coverage on that policy that you had, because they don't want any of those claims experiences on the previous errors and omissions to go on that acquiring company's policy. So again, typically and best practice is to purchase an extended reporting period or tail coverage for that company that they acquired, and then just kind of let that policy lapse. Does that make sense?
Yes. Can you hear me still, right? So the tail coverage is the same as what you earlier were explaining, that extending the coverage beyond the project. So is that 2 years period, is that a specific ODOT requirement, or is that generally speaking the industry standard for 2 years? And that's question number 1. And the part 2 of the question is, say for instance, one of the excellent examples that you gave is, suppose if you get, if you close the business, or if the business that you're partnering with, if they close the business, the policy of tail coverage, does it typically, is it component of the main policy, what do you call contribution, or is it a, or can it be purchased like a separate product? In other words, I mean, this may be a insurance agent's question, but since you are quite so good in this, that I thought maybe I'll ask you this as a general knowledge. I mean,
yeah, I appreciate both of those questions, and I guarantee they're going to help other people out within this call as well. And by all means, please talk to your insurance broker.
Sure.
But to address each of one of those questions, 2 years is a general requirement on all state contracts and most industry contracts. So meaning that, if you're contracting with an entity that knows what they're doing and has a risk manager, if you will, in place in their business, 2-year tail coverage is an industry standard. Again, that can be provided in a couple different ways. One is maintaining your policy, which you will be doing because you're still in business. 2 is extended reporting, or 3 is that tail coverage. And extended reporting and tail coverage are basically the same thing, just different verbiages depending on the insurance provider. Now, to address your next question in regards to is 2 years or more, could be appropriate. So we do assess tail coverage, and it could be a longer coverage requirement depending on the contract size. So let's say that we have, which we're currently working on developing the project for, $500 million project bridge replacement. And the design of that bridge is, a very, very costly part of the contract. And the design of that bridge, most likely we're going to require like a 3 or 5 year tail coverage, 5-year being the max. So again, it really depends on the project. Most projects that we do is, yes, that 2-year tail coverage. But if we were working on a larger project that has a lot of different variables or a lot of different risk exposures, then we may require a longer tail coverage.
So I don't want to take rest of the time, but just a quick follow-up question. So, I mean, particularly because we are a very small firm, that we could be working on a very small component for a much larger project, which could prolong. I mean, go on for like 4 years, 5 years, as you said, or sometimes even if it's an on-call service contract, which is what very commonly is done by various agencies, including ODOT. So those are the contracts are actually price agreements will go for 3 years, sometimes 4 years, something like that. So does it mean that that tail coverage will have to go past that 3-year duration of the entire price agreement with it, or is it task order related, or is it because your role might be completely over a long time back, and sometimes even the contract is not even though you have selected on the price agreement, but sometimes the contracts don't develop for you as billable work. I mean, there's a huge cost to keeping that insurance amount, and that's why that question I'm asking is relevant. That of the tail coverage portion.
Right, and that's a great question. And typically, it's kind of contract to contract, depending on what that price agreement is. But typically, it's the life of the contract, and once the contract has terminated, it's 2 years after that termination date. And again, most likely you'll be staying in business, and we'll just continue purchasing that professional liability to protect the current operations that you're in. So I hope that helps. And we can take this offline, so feel free to contact me.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
But
Thank you.
I need to hand it over to Sarika now, who's going to talk about construction. Again, thank you for your question, though. Vijay, I appreciate that. So feel free to send me an email or give me a call, and we can definitely talk more about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. My name is Sarika Ramakrishnan. I'm gonna just work on sharing my screen here really quick. And while I get that set up, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. So I am a contract coordinator with the ODOT Procurement Office. I'm hoping you can see my screen here with my PowerPoint. Wonderful, thank you. All right, so I have been working in the ODOT Procurement Office for about 2.5 years, and about 1.5 years of that has been as a contract coordinator on the highway and bridge construction team. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about doing business with us on highway and bridge construction projects. I'll start off by saying this. The way we do things is quite different than a goods and trade services or personal services contract. We don't operate within Oregon Buys or ORPN. So I'll show you a little bit about where you can find information on our projects, but you won't find that in ORPN or Oregon Buys. So we'll just go ahead and dive in. See if I can get this to move along here. Ooh, sorry, bear with me 1 second here. Multiple screens and which one? All right, we're cooking. Okay, so first I'll start off with our website. So that is where you're gonna find information on our highway and bridge construction projects. If you go to oregon.gov/ODOT/business/procurement, it will take you to this page, and you can see that first box there is highway and bridge construction. So that is where we store a lot of our information on projects upcoming, status of projects that have bid, and things like that. So we'll dive a little bit deeper. I believe these slides will be shared later, so you'll have access to all the links that I'm going to show you right now. So first we'll talk a little bit about our bid and award information page on our website. So you can see here, there's a sidebar menu with bid and award information. So you can just click that and it would open up this variety of topics that we're going to explore. First, we'll talk about the prime contractor pre-qualification application. So the contractor pre-qualification application, this is only required for prime contractors, not subs. So if you're wanting to bid on a highway and bridge construction project as a prime, you're going to need to be pre-qualified with us. This is only relevant to highway and bridge construction projects. So again, this has pre-qualification will not apply to goods and trades or personal services, only to highway and bridge construction. There is a $200 filing fee for the pre-qualification. However, that's temporarily suspended as part of a COVID relief effort, and it's suspended through October 28th, 2022. But we do typically require a $200 filing fee, just not at this time. That filing fee will provide you with a pre-qualification that is valid for 2 years. So you would renew every 2 years as you want to continue working with us. So we require 3 references for each class of work that you wish to be pre-qualified in. And there's more information on our website with reference forms and things like that. But just know you will have to provide 3 references for each class of work. You can use the same project for multiple classes of work. So for instance, if you worked on one project and you provided multiple services there, you can use that as a reference for each of those. We use the pre-qualification application for 2 things. One, obviously, to check your references for the classes of work you wish to bid on. And then we also use this to verify who from your company is authorized to sign bids and contracts. So as you're filling out that application, just make sure that anyone who you want to be authorized from your company to sign bids or contracts, you want to make sure that you include their signature in that application. So you're welcome to check our website to look into this a little bit more. On our website, you'll find the pre-qualification application form and instructions. There's a whole instruction page there with information for you. We also have our reference form available there, an addendum form. So if you are pre-qualified with us and somewhere within that 2 years that your pre-qual is valid, if you want to add a class of work or add an additional person to be able to sign bids and contracts, anything like that, you can submit that addendum form and we can update your pre-qualification, and there's no fee associated with the addendum. And then the last thing I'll mention regarding pre-qualification is that we have a pre-qualified contractors list posted on our website, and that gets updated weekly. So you're welcome to check there to see, if you're on there. If you want to check to make sure that you are currently pre-qualified, it will show you that you are pre-qualified and your classes of work that you're pre-qualified in. You can also check for other folks as well. And again, that's updated weekly, so it's always pretty up to date. All right, so next we'll go back to our bid and award information page. And you can see here, next we'll be talking about electronic plans and specs, our eBids website. So again, we don't operate in Orpin. So when you want to access the special provisions, bidding documents and such for a project, you're going to go to eBids to do that. So what is eBids? eBids is our electronic bidding information distribution system. It's an online tool that allows you to view and download bid-related documents for currently advertised design, bid, build, highway and bridge construction projects. You must create an account in order to access the documents, but downloads of the documents are free. There are some benefits to eBids that I'll share with you. So you can view bid-related documents, as I mentioned, for currently advertised projects. So you can access the plans, special provisions, bid booklets, any bid-related reference documents. You can view the holders of plans list. So if you're a subcontractor and you're wanting to see who is potentially bidding as a prime, you can access that as on the plan holders list. And you can register as a holder of informational plans or holder of bidding plans. As a holder of informational plans, this does not require you to be pre-qualified. However, if you're going to register as a holder of bidding plans, this does require pre-qualification, and you will need to be pre-qualified in the classes of work required for the project in order to register as a holder of bidding plans. On our website, we have a link to the eBids website. We also have a user guide to help you navigate the website, and then some frequently asked questions are available there. So next, I'll talk a little bit about Bid Express. So this is for electronic bidding. So this is when you actually want to submit an electronic bid to us. So again, you'll find this on the bid and award information page on our website. If you click that little plus sign next to Bid Express, it would expand to give you more information on Bid Express. So there are fees associated with Bid Express, and you can check their website for details on that. So this is for submitting electronic bids. ODOT does accept paper bids. Electronic bidding is not required, but there are some benefits to using Bid Express. So one, you can submit a sealed and secure bid online without having to travel to a bid opening or worrying about your bid being delivered on time and to the correct location. You know, especially in this COVID world where we're not, you know, out and about as much, this serves as a great benefit. You're able to view bid results live, and you can ensure that all sections are completed before submitting your bid. So if anything is incomplete that needs to be, BidX will actually notify you that your bid is incomplete before submitting. And this will reduce bid errors and possible rejections. So there are a lot of pros to using Bid Express, but again, it's not required. You're welcome to submit paper bids. You would just download the documents off of eBids, the previous website I talked about, and you could submit a paper bid. As I mentioned, there are fees associated with Bid Express, but you do have the ability to turn services on and off. So if you only plan on bidding during certain times of the year or on certain projects, there is that flexibility. And again, I'd recommend visiting the BidX website for more information on that. On our website, you have access to a Getting Started with Bid Express guide. And then information on electronic bidding is available there as well for you to explore. So next I'll talk a little bit about award information. So we post our award information on our website for you to access. So things that are available on our website for you to review, you can access the preliminary bid results for any of our projects, notice of intent to award, the first tier subcontractor disclosure forms that are submitted for projects, the DBE commitment certification and utilization forms that are submitted for our projects, the bid tabulations, and the awarded contract status. So if you're ever interested to see kind of the status of a project, where it's at once it has bid, you can access all of that on our website, and it's updated in a very timely manner. So it's always the up-to-date information and available to you at any time. All right, so next I'll talk to you a little bit about the notice to contractors. So this is our advertisement that we send out when we have new projects available to bid on. So this is on our website. You can see at the top, there's a little link to sign up and receive updates to this page. So you can actually click there and sign up for email blasts with information about upcoming projects. And we post those weekly. You'll see here, so this is a little snapshot of our website, and you'll see that one of these items here says no new projects. So even if there's a week where we aren't posting anything, we will post to say that there are no new projects posted. So that way you always know that it's the most up-to-date information available. So moving to the next slide here. On our website, you can view the currently advertised projects. As I mentioned, you can also sign up for email notifications, and available on our ads, you can find the bid letting date, location for a project, the classes of work required. All of that is available there for you. All right, so next we'll talk a little bit about our letting schedules. So again, on our website, if you clicked the letting schedules link over in the side menu bar there, it will take you to this page where you can see a variety of information on our upcoming bid opening dates. So available on our website, we have the 12-month contractor schedule. So this is a tentative schedule for ODOT STIP projects. These dates can change. So again, that's why I mentioned that it's tentative. And then you can see our currently advertised project summary. So those are then the set in stone bid opening dates for those projects. And each project summary contains information on the advertised projects for each bid letting date. So next, I'll talk about the form tips and resources page. So this is again another page on our website with a variety of helpful information for you. I highly recommend perusing that page there. We have our forms available there. So our first year subcontractor disclosure form, contract document order forms, sample bonds, all sorts of good stuff there. We also have a tips and resources section on that page. So there's information on the Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance. There's information on tips to avoid rejection, resources on the Office of Civil Rights, project wage rates, standard specs, all sorts of good stuff available there. So again, I highly recommend just kind of checking that page out. There's a lot of good information to help position you competitively for bidding on our highway and bridge construction projects. And with that, that kind of concludes my little spiel here of the information available to you. Again, a lot of our information is available on our website, so I highly recommend checking there. And of course, if you have any questions now, you're free to ask them. I've also got the email address for my team, the Highway and Bridge Construction Procurement Team. So you can email that email and any of us can get back to you as soon as possible. This is probably the most efficient way to get a hold of us and get a quick response, because that goes to all of my team. So we can get back to you as soon as possible with any questions. But again, if you have any questions for me now, feel free to unmute and share or drop it in the chat. I'm checking the chat now to see if there's any questions. Can the website address be shown? So I think that a PDF of my PowerPoint should be shared with all of you perhaps after this meeting. And so you'll have access to all the links that I showed you.
Yes, that will be posted. It is taking a little bit of a delay to get all of those links posted, but we are working on that. And anybody who registered for the event, we will be sending the link to all of this information. So I promise we will get it all to you.
Perfect. If there's no other questions, I will hand it over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Sarika. Let me share my screen. So my name is Jennifer Barrett, and I'm a contract coordinator for Region 3. I work with the personal services contracting team. And all right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So, all right. This will be, right, can you still see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the procurement website has been shown, the link, it's available here. A copy of the slideshow presentation will be available. My email address is there as well. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time after this presentation with questions, or if I can help connect you with other individuals in my region. So personal and professional services contracting generally fall into two categories: architectural and engineering and related services, as well as non-architectural and engineering related services. Examples of A&E related are bridge or roadway engineering design, biological assessments, archaeological studies, transportation planning. Examples of non-architectural engineering are specialized training programs, training development, IT system design or development. One of the things with training is typically if a training is customized for ODOT, then it will be treated as a personal service contract. If a training is kind of a cookie cutter, let's say a Microsoft Word training, and it is not customized for ODOT, then that typically will fall into the goods and trades category. There are 4 primary selection methods to select consultants for personal service contracts. The first is a formal selection procedure. The second is a small purchase process. The third is a direct appointment. And the fourth is a mini solicitation. I will go through each of these procurement methods in more detail. So the direct appointment process is available when the contract as amended is expected to not exceed $100,000. Direct appointment is only available for use with state funded projects. So if there is any federal funds attached to the project, then we cannot use the direct appoint process. In the direct appoint process, the agency would select a consultant that they believe is qualified to provide the required services. The agency would then reach out to that consultant to find out if the consultant is interested in the project and if the consultant has the capacity to complete the project within the agency's desired timeframe. Once that communication begins, if the consultant is interested in the project, then the agency would begin negotiations with the consultant. And at that time, a statement of work would be developed with the consultant and discussions regarding the cost and would occur as well. The next procurement method I want to discuss is the small purchase process. This procedure is available if the contract as amended will not exceed $250,000. This process can be used for both federally and state funded projects. And I want to note that the threshold for the small purchase process changed last year. It had been 150,000 and it did increase to 250,000. ODOT changed its rules allowing the 250,000 threshold last summer. So the small purchase process, there's typically 2 ways that it can be used. One way is to use it with price agreements, and the agency can review at least 3 proposals that were submitted by consultants in response to a formal RFP to establish a price agreement. So for instance, we have a geotechnical price agreement series. And so if the agency wanted to use the small purchase process for geotechnical services, then the project manager could review a minimum of 3 proposals for the price agreement holders, determine which consultant they believed were most qualified, and then they can reach out to the consultant and begin negotiations. Price is not a consideration until the agency has determined which consultant they believe is most qualified and the consultant that they want to contract with. The second method in which the small purchase process can be used is for a standalone contract, so outside of a price agreement, and the agency would evaluate a minimum of 3 consultants. And typically what will happen is the agency will develop a list of questions and submit the questions to consultants, request a response, and then evaluate those responses. And based on which consultant the agency believes is most qualified after receipt of the responses, the agency will contact that consultant and begin negotiations. Another procurement method is a formal request for proposals. This typically is used for projects 250,000 and above. The RFP currently would be advertised on ORPN, but as previously mentioned, we are transitioning to Oregon Buys, and Kayla will discuss Oregon Buys in detail after my presentation. So the process for formal is the RFP is advertised on ORPN. There is a proposal submission deadline. Consultants submit proposals by that deadline. And then the contract coordinator, after the proposal submission deadline has closed, will then open the proposals, do a pass-fail review to check for responsiveness and responsibility. And then there will be an evaluation panel. Typically, we have evaluation teams of 3 to 5 members, and that evaluation team will independently review and score the proposals. And so during the initial scoring, each evaluator evaluates the proposals independently and does not discuss the proposals with anyone during that initial process. Then a selection meeting is scheduled, and at the selection meeting, there's a scoring matrix prepared by the contract coordinator that summarizes the scores of all the evaluators. Selection team, or the evaluation team, then discusses the proposals and decides on the top ranked consultant to award the contract to. It is important to note that for A&E Personal Services, this is solely a qualifications-based selection process according to the Brooks Act and ORS 279C 110. So cost of the project is not a consideration as far as consultant selection and is not discussed with consultants until the negotiations have begun. And once the evaluation team has agreed on the top ranked proposer, then a notice of intent to award will be posted on ORPN announcing the top ranked proposer. There is a protest period that begins 7 calendar days. Once that protest period has concluded, the project manager will reach out to the top ranked proposer and negotiations will begin. The focus of negotiations are on the project scope of work, project schedule, and the budget. And typically, ODOT will prepare an internal cost estimate, and then the consultant will prepare their estimates, typically in the form of a breakdown of cost. And then they compare and negotiations. In negotiations, they will discuss, if they think the hours are reasonable and what level of effort is needed for each task. Consultants need to have approved billing rates on file. And so the billing rates team can assist with establishing billing rates or to update billing rates. If you have any questions about when billing rates need to be updated or how to go about that process or how to establish billing rates, please don't hesitate to reach out to the billing rates team, and their email is on the screen. The next procurement method that I wish to discuss is the mini solicitation process. And this is also a work order contract assignment method. So this is used when we have a price agreement in effect, and it's a method so price agreement holders will be able to propose on specific projects. There are no maximum thresholds for a mini solicitation under a price agreement. And then typically the mini solicitation will be emailed to price agreement holders, and that's how the price agreement holders are made aware that the solicitation is open. Currently, I do not believe that there's plans to change that process when we transition to Oregon Buys, at least initially. But later on, after we transition to Oregon Buys, the mini solicitation process may change. The evaluation process is very similar to the formal RFP evaluation process. However, there is no protest period for a mini solicitation. Notice of intent to award is emailed to all proposers instead of being posted to ORPN. And once the notice of intent to award is issued, then the project manager can begin negotiations with the top ranked consultant. So I'll cover a couple of price agreements that we have in effect. The first is a full service A&E price agreement. Essentially, full service means that the firm has the ability to deliver a multidiscipline transportation related project, beginning from project initiation to final plan specifications and estimate delivery and up to bid. consultant is solely responsible for delivery of the final project package. And typically the consultant will be managing any sub-consultants that are participating on the project as well. At times, the agency may reserve certain tasks to complete in-house. And so for Region 3, it's very common for the region to keep survey, right-of-way tasks, or certain environmental tasks in-house, particularly the NEPA document preparation is typically something that we do in-house. And each project, the region will consider each project separately and determine which tasks that are best suited to outsource versus any that they will keep in-house. And then that information is placed into the mini RFP document for the mini RFP solicitation. Now, currently we have a full service price agreement with, there are 2 tiers, 18 tier A firms and 11 tier B firms. Tier A firms can propose on projects between 150,000 and 750,000. Tier B can propose on projects 350,000 and above. So there is some overlap in the $350,000 to $750,000 range. Currently, Mary Cole is the administrator for our full service price agreements. Her email is listed on this slide. She is currently working on preparing the solicitation to establish a new set of full service price agreements, and that will probably be posted. I know the goal is for sometime this spring, so you can look for that sometime this spring or summer to be posted. And I don't know if that will be posted on ORPN or Oregon Buys. It's going to be determined on when the solicitation is ready to be released. One of the things to note too is that when these the thresholds were established for the tiers, the small purchase process threshold was at 150 and it is now at 250. And so the agency has the ability to do a mini RFP under full service for 150 and above, but the agency also can do a small purchase process for 250 and under for full service contracts as well. Another price agreement series that I wish to mention is the Transportation Land Use Planning price agreement. There are 4 disciplines. We have transportation system planning, public transportation planning, bicycle and pedestrian planning, and land use planning. There is some overlap between consultants having multiple price agreements among those 4 disciplines. Common under transportation system planning, it's common for ODOT to assist local agencies in establishing or updating their transportation system plan. And so that's a fairly common contract that we will issue under this discipline. And then this PA series also allows the small purchase process where the agency can review initial proposals so long as the contract as amended will not exceed 250,000. And then the agency can determine which consultant they believe is most qualified and reach out to them and begin negotiations. Good resource. So moving on, a good resource is the American Council of Engineering Companies of Oregon, ACEC. ODOT stays in close contact with ACEC and partners with them. We have a liaison that discusses issues that arise for the ACEC community. The liaison committee meetings are open to the public, and this council can provide great networking opportunities, especially for smaller firms. It can be a great opportunity to meet consultants, prime consultants or consultants that often oversee projects and establish relationships with them to perhaps act as a sub-consultant for certain services. I know that Terry and I believe Sarika had mentioned Oregon Buys. I won't go into much as I know Kayla will be presenting on Oregon Buys after I conclude, but want to remind you of the dates. So ODOT is using ORPN through mid-June. There will be a freeze from mid-June to early July, and we are expecting to go live on Oregon Buys July 1st. It's really important to get registered on Oregon Buys, and Kayla will go over that information in more detail. Right, so that's the end of my presentation. I will stop here to see if anyone has any questions. Go ahead and ask them. Right, sounds like there are no questions. So thank you for joining us. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have questions after this presentation, and I will turn it over to Kayla.
And actually, I'm going to interject for just a quick second. We are going to have a 5-minute break. Let's get a stretch break in, let everybody move around. We're doing great on time. So let's take a 5-minute break. So we will resume at 10:45. And then Kayla will kick off with all of the Oregon Buys information that I know everybody is so excited for. So I will see you all back at 10:45.
Haley, is there going to be a longer kind of break for lunch or just these short breaks?
Absolutely. There's going to be approximately a break at about 11:30. We do take at least a half an hour lunch break. So I will put the agenda back up on a screen share so you can kind of see where we're at, okay?
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, that 5 minutes went a lot faster than I expected, but we are back, we are here, and we are ready to learn about Oregon buys. Kayla, are you ready?
I am.
All right, the screen is all yours.
All right. So while my screen is getting ready to share, can you guys see it yet?
Yep, you're good to go.
Perfect. All right. I'm Kayla Van Hoos. I'm the ODOT Oregon Buys Project Manager for the Oregon Buys electronic e-procurement system. I am representing ODOT in this implementation as the project manager and working with DAS with the enterprise project. So what is Oregon Buys? So Oregon Buys is our new statewide e-procurement system. This e-procurement system has actually been in process of being implemented for many years now. It actually started as a grassroots effort between about 9 or 10 agencies. And then once that procurement was complete and work had begun, DAS decided that they would take this project on as an enterprise project for all state agencies. So Oregon Buys will replace ORPN, and it will also provide ODOT and all state agencies with a full procure-to-pay solution, which will eliminate a lot of manual processes and streamline our procurement process. So how will Oregon Buys be implemented? Oregon Buys will be implemented in 2 phases. The first phase is the ORPN replacement, phase 1. And then the second phase is the full procure-to-pay functionality, which we will be implementing additional features both for our consultant and vending community and the agency. So phase 1 is scheduled to go live July 1st, as others have said, where we will be no longer using ORPN and using Oregon Buys for all solicitations that are not construction, like Sarika had said. So again, phase 1 goes live July 1st. You're going to continue using ORPN for procurement activities until July 1st. I'll talk a little bit about the freeze, but on July 1st, Oregon Buys will go live, and that's where you'll have all of our opportunities will be located. So the first phase functionality will be that the ODOT purchasers will post solicitations or opportunities on Oregon Buys, just like we do today in ORPN. The biggest change for phase 1 is that our consultants and vendors, so you all, will do all of your proposals and bids electronically through the system. So we'll talk a little bit about building your account, but essentially you will find the solicitation or opportunity you're interested in, and then you will do your response through the system electronically. And then ODOT will be posting award information for phase 1. I'll go into phase 2 just a little bit so you guys have a little bit of an idea what phase 2 is going to look like, but phase 2 full functionality will not be implemented complete until 2023, so we do have some time. So you're going to see some added features coming along and functionality through the system. So one thing that will be coming through the system, not in phase 1, but as part of phase 2, will be where your ODOT business partners today that are not the ODOT procurement staff will do 3-quote process, and that will all be done through Oregon Buys in the future. So again, it's really important to sign up for Oregon Buys because in the future, not only the ODOT procurement office work will be through here, but all of the business partners will be using Oregon Buys as well. And all of our purchasing will be done through Oregon Buys. Consultant registration. So DAS will continue to communicate the efforts to all vendors to get registered. They're using the current ORPN list. So if you are an ORPN vendor right now, you should be getting emails. They do come from Periscope Holdings or DAS. So if you see something that does say Periscope Holding on it or Oregon Buys, they are legitimate emails and they do want you to respond if you need to register. ODOT is sending out direct communication to our vendors, and here is a link to a bulletin that we've sent out. So if you have not received it, you can see that here. It gives information about how to register, where to register, and all of that. Vendors must register prior to July 1st to propose on or bid on any ODOT opportunities. And vendors with active ODOT contracts must register to link their accounts to their contracts. So what that means is that if you currently have a contract, you will need to register in Oregon Buys. I apologize, the dog was barking and I had to let him in. So I tried to talk and do it at the same time, but it didn't work very well. So if you need to register in Oregon Buys, and then as we're migrating our data from Oregon Buys or from Orpin into Oregon Buys, we're gonna link those active contracts to your account. So getting registered now is gonna help ODOT tremendously as we're trying to get these active contracts linked to your account. And then we're also monitoring all of the vendors we have with active contracts to see how we're doing with registration. We still have quite a ways to go. I think we have about maybe 30 to 35% of our vendors registered. I know you don't have to register in July 1st, but we are encouraging you to do so sooner so that we can make sure that you are there and that you do get notifications if there are any trainings that are upcoming, because we will have some of that. So again, please register. Some things that I'll talk a little about what you need to register here in just a second. So registration is easy and free, and you just go to this link here, and this blue registration button here is where you're going to register. Once you've registered, then you'll use the orange button to sign in. So for the registration, if you are a COVID certified firm, you must also register. Oregon Buys is integrated with the state's COVID system. So once you register in Oregon Buys, your account in Oregon Buys will automatically update to reflect your COVID certifications. So it will not allow you to put any COVID certifications into Oregon Buys. That will automatically happen through COVID. But it's just a reminder that you still do need to register in Oregon Buys. Down here, we've got the registrations for the quick setup and the guide, and then instructions for the full registration. So one thing that's pretty different about Oregon Buys is that you will be allowed one account per company or per TIN number or social security number, depending on what you use. So you'll be required to have that information when you set up your account. You will have an account administrator or multiple if you choose, and that person will then set up accounts for your company. So you can have multiple users set up underneath that main administration account. What this will do is really help us to make sure that we only have one account and that all of those contracts will link to that one account. If you do have a DBA or other accounts, you can also link them, but you'll do all of that within the system. So you want to make sure whoever does your registration has the information they need, including the TIN number, your legal entity name. All of that information will be very important. So as you heard, there is a Orpin blackout period. So on June 16th, Orpin will move to read-only status. You will still have access to Orpin, so you'll be able to see what's going on in there. We just won't be doing anything in Orpin. So I am going to encourage all of you to make sure that you are looking at any solicitations that are out there prior to that, because if we do have any open that are going to span the Orpin Oregon Buys, there's going to be some instructions in there for what you're going to need to do if a procurement started in Orpin and is going to finish in Oregon Buys. So again, read all of the information in there, and then reach out to your procurement specialist if you have any questions about that specific procurement. Also, if you have any questions about registering, you can actually contact Periscope Holdings and they can help you get registered. If you have anything specific about ODOT, you can ask me. We'll have some contact information and email to share with you. And please feel free to reach out, and I can do the best I can help to get you registered or have you reach out to Periscope Holdings if you need to. So we will be doing some informal seminars like we're doing here, where we're reaching out to folks and letting them know about Oregon Buys, the importance of registering, And we'll have some training, some software training. So Periscope Holdings is putting that together. There'll be self-paced trainings, but we will have specific information on how to do business with ODOT and Oregon Buys and how you would do a solicitation of bid. So again, register in Oregon Buys so that we can get you that information as we have it available. And then we'll have support materials for ongoing reference to keep you guys updated on things that are happening. Again, this is a new system and we expect that we may have some small changes that happen throughout the life of this. So just keeping updated and knowing what's going on is really important. And then preparing, how do you prepare for the new system? I would encourage you to go check out the DAS Oregon Buys website. They have some information for consultants and vendors there. You can sign up for their newsletter, just staying informed. And then emailing us your questions. So here is our email address, and you can email us and with any questions, and we'll be happy to get back to you, even if it's not something that, if you're just not sure about something, let us know and we'll at least get you in the right person. Even if it isn't about a specific procurement, we can at least get you to the right person who needs to help you out. All right, with that, are there any questions? Okay, so again, I just want to, register as soon as you can. And one thing that's going to be really important is terminology in Oregon Buys is very different than what we experience in ORPN and at ODOT. So we will have some guidance out there for you with some terminology. For example, when you're in the system, any kind of bid or proposal that you're submitting is called a quote. No matter what you're doing, it's called a quote in the system. It's really just about what those documents are that you're providing. So again, understanding the terminology and asking questions if you're not sure. We'll have some great features like Q&A where you can actually ask your question and answers right there through the system, and they'll be responded through in the system. And we'll also have some other great features in there for you to use. So, all right, you will, like all the others have said, you'll get the presentation with all the links. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
All right, thanks for that, Kayla. I'm looking through, this is Max Bernstein. I'm the Oregon Department of Transportation DBE program manager. I had to step away for a couple of moments. Looking at the agenda, and I'm not sure that we have another presenter for the morning. Is that, Kayla, you don't have another section, is that correct?
Correct, I am all done.
Okay. Well, I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't see, I lost a copy of the agenda, but I don't see anyone after Kayla for the morning. Let's take a look here just to confirm. Yep, it appears that is it. So we'll just break for lunch early. 12 o'clock is when the afternoon session starts. So we'll talk about ODOT construction with Diana Foster, and then we'll get into the afternoon session a little bit with Region 3 projects, Office of Civil Rights staff, and then co-bid staff as well. So everyone return at 12 o'clock. So noon, we'll go ahead and get started again. Thanks.
Are you seeing at the bottom of like the Zoom screen, do you see a button that says share screen kind of right next to chat? What are you seeing, Diana? Okay, so it looks like Diana may be having a couple more issues because it seems maybe she was exiting and going to rejoin. I hope everybody had a great little midday break. I know I went out and enjoyed a little bit of sun. I hope everybody got away from their screens. It is very important to your eyes. So let's just give Diana a few more moments. As I said, this recording will be posted, as well as all of the links will be posted sometime after the meeting. I don't have an exact time, trying to pull a 7-hour off of, oh, Christine, I can see your screen now. Oh, wait, nope, that's Diana. Is it Diana? Who's sharing? I'm looking at Christy's screen. Christy, did you mean to be sharing?
I don't think I'm sharing.
You are.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's try this. I think I got it. I think I finally have it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Diana. Yeah, let's just reset. Hope you had a good lunch, time away, out in the sun, whatever you did. Let me introduce myself. My name's Diana Foster. I'm the Labor Compliance Officer with the department. My role is a part of construction sections. So we're going to switch into highway and bridge construction for a minute. And so I work in the construction contracts administration unit, and construction section covers materials as well as labor issues, prevailing wage. I'll talk a little bit. I intend to do the 30,000 foot view. Some of these things can get into the weeds, but first of all, good afternoon. I want to thank my colleagues. Oh my gosh, procurement did a great job this morning. I learned as much probably as any of you. There are many avenues to get into doing business with ODOT. Depends on your specialty and what size of company you have. What I'm going to be talking about are the major construction projects that we have going on throughout the state. And these, even though the earlier conversation didn't have to do a lot with federal funds, our construction projects, for the most part, the majority do have federal contributions. So that changes the rules of the game. But as procurement walked you through bidding on a construction project, those factors are in the mix when you know what you're bidding on. Are there federal funds on it? State only on the project? Different rules apply, and those are all very clearly stated in the contracting documents, the bidding documents. So I'm basically, they gave me a great springboard, so I'm going to try and keep this thing moving. and go into the next steps with construction. Keep in mind, this is highway, bridge, a little bit minor pedestrian paths, bike paths, covered bridges, but this is more the low bid process, as was talked about earlier, and then where we take off from there. All right, please work with me. Oh, shoot. I can't advance. There we go. So again, as was talked about earlier this morning, pre-construction phase, procurements walked you through bid, award, finally notice to proceed. You've been responsive, you've been responsible, intend to complete all the work you've been given. And that's been based on, in construction, our plans, specifications, and estimates. PS&E phase, as we call it. And this is all pre-bid. So potential bidders have a chance to look at this information, take a look at the plans, take a look at any kind of logistical issues they may have. Specifications are very clearly laid out in a huge construction specification book. And estimates are given based on what we believe the project will cost and the amount of time it will take. So bidding process, as we've heard, award, executed contract, you have all of your insurance, bonding information in place, and then you're given notice to proceed. And I want to say this process that I'm talking about may be a little focused on the prime contractors, because that's the entity that we have the contract with, ODOT has the contract with. However, the prime, in turn with the subcontractors, very similar processes, specifications, federal highway requirements, those just flow down through the process, subcontractors as well as the prime. So you now have notice to proceed. Yay, I've got the screen to change. You're the successful bidder. Now, what does that mean? And I've worked a lot with smaller firms, and I want to, in a kind way, just underscore what this does mean. The process you've gone through to obtain the work is a part of it. Many documents, many certifications, and now you're into project delivery. So what does that look like? Required reporting. I say be prepared, be ready. What ODOT requires, and it may look like it's ODOT face, but in many of construction with federal dollars on the project, many requirements come out of US Department of Labor, Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transportation Administration, on high, whatever. So we have other requirements, and they're all specified in the contract language. No surprise to anyone, shouldn't be. Get familiar if you're dealing with construction projects for ODOT, Federal Highway 1273, the standards that I talked about, special provisions, which may be a part of the contract. And again, these are all a part of your final contract. And the language goes on to subcontractors as well. So the paperwork, underscored paperwork, and fortunately we've come somewhat into the electronic era. So the hard copies aren't required on many documents that are coming in. Submittals, weekly progress reporting, all of this is working toward successful progress payments to be made throughout the project. Progress payments are based on how much work has been done to that point in time, successfully bid item work, pay item work, however it's being quantified. Progress payments are made to the prime contractor, and in turn, they pay their subcontractors. So this is a process we're working and continue to work very hardly to, and wholeheartedly, to get it the least amount of dates. But that also requires our partnership with you to get the required information to us. The prime, and this again, focus a little bit on the prime, subcontract approvals. That's a front end requirement before a subcontractor comes on the site and begins work. DBE requirements, if you have disadvantaged business entity goal on the project, those need to be submitted up front. Who's your committed DBE contractor? Certifications for quantity and quality. There was a reference earlier to Buy America. There are many of those specifications that are in the contract as well and require testing before they can be in, the particular piece can be installed. Any performance challenges that might find out down the road. So again, many contract provisions, standard and special provisions are very explicit, and then labor compliance, the part that I am a part of, major part of. So the way the construction phase, project delivery kicks off, typically there's a pre-construction meeting. These are held within, as you've known, our state is divided by 5 regions. So those are held at whatever local entity close to the project within the region. And that's to establish who's on first. Again, our contract is between ODOT and the prime contractor. However, the relationships need to be close so that folks feel comfortable to raise concerns, anything they've observed, anything that may not be functioning as smoothly as we'd like. So our ODOT region engineer, project manager, with the prime contractor, that's our contractual relationship. And then the prime contractor with the subcontractors. So as far as communication, if there's a concern or a question or something substantial that needs to be raised with a subcontractor, we will most generally go through the prime contractor in order to get that resolved with the sub. Public works, you heard about public works, public improvements. Our projects, 9 times out of 10 I'd say. So on a state prevailing wage, Oregon Bureau of Labor and Industries, their threshold for a project is $50,000 or more, and it's considered covered for prevailing wages. On the Davis-Bacon federal side, which also plays in, their project, their threshold is $2,000 or greater, which is every project we enter into. So be aware, prevailing wage has been determined throughout the state by county, surveys through the trade unions. If the trade wage is prevailing for that particular area within the state, the goal is not to disrupt the economic standards of that area. So it's a requirement in the contract that prevailing wages are paid for trade classifications, laborers, iron workers, anything considered physical or manual labor, electricians, pile drivers, divers, depending on, and Boley has an entire list as well as Davis-Bacon. Civil rights requirements. I try very hard to partner closely with my colleagues in civil rights, I know Christy will be speaking later today about many of their requirements as well. A lot of them tied to classification of trade work, apprenticeship, journeyman ratios, and then reporting on the DBE side as far as commercially useful function. And I'm sure she'll talk more about that. But these are components of the labor requirements on each and every one of our projects. Required postings at the project site. There are publications, many of these, and again, this is pre-construction meetings. So we've all come together at the table talking about what's expected. This is a very standard expectation of contractors that they post what their workers are entitled to on a public works project. So wage, whatever their particular trade is, any benefit packages, fringe benefit, there's an allowance for that on prevailing wage. It's a base wage rate and a fringe allowance. Those two combined are prevailing wage. So if there's a plan in place from a contractor, these need to be posted somewhere so the employees, the contractors, workers can see easily what they're entitled to and without concern of someone kind of double checking what they're looking for. So in a space where easily accessible, if you're on a mobile job and it's moving, traffic control lights, signals, whatever, sandwich boards work. If you don't have a ready room, project office, do the best you can, but this information is required. And if Federal Highway comes to take a look, as they have been known to, they can potentially stop a project if those aren't visibly available. Pre-construction meeting continued. So the schedule and delivery. This is where the group, and I'm saying that very broadly, maybe representatives from local entities, interested parties, our own within ODOT, right of way if there are considerations in that regard, mobility as far as timing on the work, utility concerns, if there's something that needs to be coordinated and orchestrated as far as movement of lines, whatever it might be. This is the time to really talk about who's doing what when and get as much of that kind of at least talked about and a little bit on paper to say, okay, here's what I can expect as far as meeting our eventual project delivery, end of project timeframe. Again, can't stress enough, required documentation, submitted very timely. If you're struggling with systems, as far as electronic transmittal, there are many resources we can offer to help with that. We're using a system now called Doc Express for transmitting a lot of these documents into kind of a central holding filing cabinet, if you will. So if you need help with any of that, we are here to assist. And I say that just in support of progress payments. So there are required things that need to happen within a period of time for us to be able to move forward with approving the progress payment. So it's very important. Lots of communication. Zach, I think, underscored relationships. This is all about relationships. All right, you're stuck. Oh no. There we go. Okay, so now we have moved out of pre-construction. We're now moving into shovel ready. So construction has some terms, as every entity does. First note, if you've heard that term, it means first notification, construction work begins. So our resident engineers' offices located in each and every region, multiple in some, issue first note. They've had the pre-construction meeting, everything is understood, points of contact are established, everyone knows what the protocol is as far as escalating issues. So here we go. Contractors, as I've said, prevailing wage, they're responsible to pay prevailing wages to their workers performing on the labor that they're doing. So if they're classified as a laborer, but maybe are doing different types of work, that's something that you need to be paying attention to. Again, workers are to be paid for the work they're performing. So, and that's my area of interest. And if you're paying prevailing wage, weekly certified payroll reports are required, reflecting what the workers are being paid and the classification of work they're performing. So, and those are very important. And I'll say that in the event there's a complaint, a wage complaint, either in progress on the project or after the project is complete, those payroll reports will be requested by the Bureau of Labor and Industries for an investigation, or Department of Labor on the federal side for investigation as well. So we're required to receive them. And if there are questions, hopefully our offices are in contact with you soon to make sure that they can be rectified or revised, whatever the case might be. So again, work in progress. We're still beginning construction. And part of the bidding process that was talked about earlier addresses these specifics. I'm a part of the materials laboratory, if you're familiar with that. So there's a lot of testing of materials that's going on within that area. And a qualified products list at the end of the day is produced to say, these are the products that have been qualified and are acceptable to be used on our projects. And again, to maintain the integrity of our roads and our highways and our bridges. So that's the intent of the QPL. Buy America requirements, very much standard in the contract language and bidding documents. The next is an interesting topic right now and beginning to become a little more concerning, mainly due to COVID and some of the challenges of our last interesting year plus. Materials are less accessible. And so based on the plans, specifications, and estimates, maybe a line item bid for steel, asphalt, fuels, whatever the case might be, has changed from what the market price was at the time to something much greater. So these are the conversations that I would highly recommend start happening quickly with your resident engineer, project manager, point of contact, just to let them know that you either can't get materials, they're delayed, which may impact your delivery date on the project, or any concerns you may have. Next, field tested, non-field tested. There are within ODOT very specific protocols on what materials are considered field tested acceptably in the field, what needs to be submitted to the materials lab for testing. On-site inspections, we rely heavily on our inspectors, and they are the eyes and ears, boots on the ground during a project. and their daily progress reports are critical in the event that down the road there may be some question related to prevailing wage. If there's a change on a contractor's crew from one type of work one day to equipment operating the next, those kinds of things, to make a note just to say, yeah, kind of a heads up. So again, they're inspecting quantity, quality, testing, installations, labor compliance, all kinds of things, but they are out there most every day. One of them is reflecting inspectors. So progress payments. The resident engineer's office, and that's basically our contract administration unit, our conduit for the office, they prepared the progress payments based on estimates, how much progress per bid pay item. Each resident engineer's office has a contract administration specialist, administrator, overseeing documents progress on bid pay items, so that their estimates can be based on actual work that's been done. We process the payments through the contract payment system, CPS system, which is run out of construction section. And the payments are made once a month based on the pay estimate that's been submitted by the RE office. These are then at the end of the process reconciled back to actuals. There is a process between estimates and actual payments based on bid and pay items delivered. So fast forward with me, I'm taking you on such a vanilla project. So we move into second note. The work has been successfully completed. The RE issues second note stating basically all pay items are complete. If there are outstanding punch list items, they're identified for completion. And then any final paperwork needs to be submitted at that time. So if there's some kind of outstanding certification or testing results or certified payroll, heaven forbid, that's the time to get all that information together. And you should have been doing it all along, so I'll put in that plug. So one more step, moving down the road. Third notification, acceptance and final payment. Resident engineer office issues the third note. Basically, this means all work is completed, including cleanup of the site, return of any equipment, submittal of all final documentation. With final inspection, and project is ready for closeout and final payment. And that's really a very simplified process. There are many steps along the way as far as Zach talked about claims. We do have a claims unit within the section. If things really get to the point where they can't be resolved along the way, unfortunately, that is one of the remedies. But as long as there's conversation going along, and if there's a change order that might be needed because of a condition that wasn't necessarily known at the time before the work started, those are the opportunities to talk with your resident engineer, your prime contractor, whatever your role is. So there you have it. That's construction in a nutshell, a very abbreviated version. Appreciate your interest in doing business with ODOT, and there's many opportunities coming down the pike, as you'll hear later from the area managers. Thanks so much. And questions, Hallie, let me know.
I'm not seeing any. Looks like chat is pretty empty right now. If you do have questions for her, of course, her contact information is at the end of the last page, or second to last page of the agenda. So you can always contact Diane if you need. So it looks like we are rolling with time. So Region 3 session, so current and upcoming opportunities. Do we have everybody on the line? Is somebody muted? Christy, it looks like you may be trying to talk to us.
Good morning or good afternoon. Is Chris Hunter on the line?
Let me see. I don't see that Chris is. We are running about a half an hour early, so I know that this has been a bit of a downfall with some of our other ones as we're getting done a little bit faster than some people are on. But I don't see Chris or Art on there on the call right now.
Okay, I'm sending him a note, ready for you. And Max, we're trying to get a hold of the agenda, so maybe you could go and then I could go and Chris could come in.
Yeah, we can definitely swap some things around. And I'm so Christy, when was yours?
I think mine was closer to 2 o'clock. So right now, I can go ahead and fill in, and then when Chris comes in, or Max can go ahead and do his, whatever he wants to do. I'm not sure if he's available.
I'm here. I'm happy to go. And that should take us right up to the point where Region 3 staff was scheduled to come on, if that works for everybody.
That would be great. Thank you, Max.
Sure. All right. Well, I think I'm pretty much ready to go. So I'll share my screen. All right. Are you looking at a PowerPoint? Just making sure.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Let me swap the presenter view. All right. So my name is Max Bernstein. I'm the DBE program manager for the Office of Civil Rights. I've got kind of an overview of what our program does, and I'm also filling in as the interim ESB program manager, although we are currently in process of recruiting for that position as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of this. So looking right now, our team is the Office of Civil Rights, and under the umbrella of the Office of Social Equity, which is new. It's a brand new office that we're standing up within ODOT. And they're continuing to kind of build out their team and taking us forward. But just looking only for the Office of Civil Rights, essentially we're one of the key things that we're doing here is building relationships, both internally and externally. There's some different ways you can see that we're doing that. There's education, customer service, partnerships, outreach, innovation, sustainable programs, and compliance. So we have different programs within our department. So we have the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, which is DBE, but we also have some other programs as well. So workforce development, on-the-job training. You may hear that as OJT in different parts of kind of the ODOT sphere. We have apprenticeship programs as well. There's EEO, which is Equal Employment Opportunity. There is Title VI EJ, which is Environmental Justice. There's ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. We also do some limited English proficiency work. There's TARO, which is Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance. So different projects have or can have a TARO goal on them, depending on where they are. And then there's our Emerging Small Business Program, which is ESB. Look specifically at the DBE program. Again, this is a high level sort of overview, so we'll just briefly talk about what that is. There's a policy statement from the director. We've got a couple of forms and processes to look at. Looking at the participant list, they may be of interest to a couple of you. And then goals, commitments, and requirements. So looking at what exactly is a disadvantaged business enterprise. So that's a firm that's controlled by a historically, socially, and economically disadvantaged owner. You must be certified through COBID with a B as in Bravo. So that's kind of a key note there is ODOT does not certify any businesses. And you'll hear from COBID towards later on in the agenda. What we're focused on really is monitoring and reporting on that DBE program compliance. And one thing to keep in mind is that all state DOTs are required to implement this. It's a federal requirement. So this policy statement comes directly from the director's office from within ODOT. So we're setting policy to ensure really that, that there's non-discrimination on the basis of different factors. The program is narrowly tailored. So we have kind of a limited, an intentionally limited scope to only include certain certifications, certain business eligibility, just to really level that playing field for DBEs to compete in that space. So only eligible firms can participate, which helps us remove different barriers to participating with ODOT. But we also want to assist to compete outside of that space as well. So program goals. Within the department, we're big on data and metrics and reporting out. So we have a current statewide goal of 15.37%. You can see that that's broken out into race neutral and race conscious goals. These goals are triennial. So every 3 years, we present a goal for approval to Federal Highway. The key here is that all performance by DBEs on any contract with federal funds is counted towards the overall goal. One of the ways that we develop that goal, really the principal way, is through the completion of a disparity study. Looking at the disparity study, we complete one every 5 years. The last one, coincidentally, was in 2016. And then we refreshed the data in 2019. So not a new study, just looking at some kind of updated metrics. So our ability to use race conscious and race neutral measures, that's how we meet the DBE program requirements. And we're looking for the presence, if any, of really any sort of discrimination between availability and capacity between DBEs. The last disparity study, we contracted with Keen Independent Research. They also won our intent to award this year as well. And we are currently hammering out a contract with them right now to produce the 2021 study. Looking at our performance, you can see that the triennial goal in 17, 18, and 19 was 11.6. We met that in 2 out of the 3 years. My participant list is blocking it, so I'll move it over there in case it's blocking it for you guys as well. So we met the goal in 17 and 19. 2018 we did not. And then in 2020, that was the start of a new triennial goal. You can see the goal got bumped up quite a bit, 15.4%. And we're monitoring our 2021 performance right now. Looking at the contract goals, so any contract that includes $1 or more of federal highway funding, that will be assessed a goal. Race conscious is, in case you're not familiar, it's a goal assigned to a contract that the DBE performance is going to be used to meet the goal for the contract. That's really, that's race conscious. So it becomes basically part of the award of the contract. Whereas race neutral is performance by DBE beyond that original contract commitment. So that's what those two terms are. How it works, typically the goals are set at 90% PS&E. If you are ODOT staff, there is a specific reason why we wait until that point. We're not going to set the goal, 2 years in advance because scope and other components can change. That's the email address where those goal requests are sent to. Essentially, you're basically just copying staff and an area manager, letting them know that you're requesting a goal. There's a process that we can walk you through at the time. It's pretty simple. You indicate the funding source, agency type, and then an email with the goal will be sent. So that's for construction contracts, the big ones. Architecture and engineering is much more straightforward. There's really just a 0, a 3, and an 8.5% goal, depending on a couple of components for a project. You are welcome to submit a goal exception request if you feel like neither of those 3 are a good fit for you, and then we'll look at those kind of on a case-by-case basis. Looking at DBE commitments, which are further along in the process. At ODOT, we're trying to limit and streamline the amount of forms and public, the requirement really that everyone has to go through for this. But we still do have a couple of forms right now for DBE commitments. There's Form 1, which the submits at the time of the bid. And we evaluate them for responsiveness. Are the firms currently certified? Is the goal being met based on a dollar threshold? We're looking at the type of work that's provided. If the goal is not met, a good faith effort must be evaluated. It's pretty unusual for that to happen at the time of the bid, but we do have that language in there. Form 2 is the prime submits those within 10 days of the contract award notification letter. So the prime and the DBE both sign that. We're looking at different things like bid items, work descriptions, quantity, pricing fields, and that total, the each DBE must be at least the amount committed at the time of the bid. And so that becomes a requirement of the contract. Just wrapping up, DBE requirements, those are in the special provisions. Those are in 5 different places on the ODOT website last time I looked. We're monitoring compliance at different levels of our department throughout the life of the project. And your OCR field coordinator, and you'll hear from Christy Meacham in a little bit. She's the field coordinator for Region 3. Really, their objective is to provide a compliance review as well as technical assistance. So here's some contact info. You don't need to write this down. This is on the back of the agenda. This will also be posted when the recording goes up, but essentially we've got some different phone numbers and different websites for our different contact information. So that is the DBE side of it. I'm looking through the chat and there doesn't appear to be any questions. Does anyone currently have any questions who does not want to use the chat?
Can you throw your email in the chat, Max?
Absolutely, yeah, I'll do that right now. So I have, as previously mentioned, I'm also filling in for the ESB side of things, which is emerging small business. We do have just a handful of slides. It's an even higher level overview of that. And so let me go ahead and find that. All right. All right, are folks looking at a PDF of emerging small business?
Yep.
Great, okay. So, that's right. So here's kind of a high level view of our ESB program. Essentially, the goal here, and it's a PDF, so it's kind of awkward to flip through, but I'll kind of, let me see if I can zoom out. There we go. All right. So essentially the whole goal of the program is helping small business community overcome barriers to participate like in this $1 million kind of multi-billion dollar, I should say, public contracting process. We're trying to increase capacities, increase availability to bid on contracts, expand market share, providing immediate contracting opportunities, and just compete for larger contracts. Also, one of the goals is to offer the chance to experience working in a prime contracting role with a public agency and sort of work in a space with similar sized firms. So that's kind of really like at a really high level what the whole program is about. So again, really important. ESBs are also similar to DBEs, which is what we just talked about. Emerging small businesses are certified by COBID. So at ODOT, we're not responsible for the application process and the certification process, which will be discussed going forward. That's COBID, but we do verify that eligibility. We also work pretty closely with COBID as well. So COBID, they'll talk a little bit more about it. Essentially, there's some different qualifications. It's a 2-tier system, 12-year limit on participation. That's kind of at a very, very high level. But ODOT's ESB program provides small companies access to experience those prime contractor roles with contracts that are under 100,000. They are often mentored also as well by ODOT project managers to learn how to successfully kind of work in that government contracting space. So looking at project delivery, started in 1989. So we've been doing this for over 3 decades at this point. And the financing is generated by sort of a statutory mandate. So it's part of ORS. And essentially that statute requires ODOT to deposit an amount equal to not more than 1% of every state and federal contract at award. So for ODOT, that current biennium, which ends in about 45 days or so, the end of June, our budget is 10 million. And so that's split between ODOT's 5 regions, which I think you've probably seen a map of that a couple times so far today. But as well as we're also looking at facilities and supportive services. So all ODOT ESB projects are currently posted to Orpin. If you want to take a look, you can just search, you can use that keyword of ESB. And I think that tag is still active, and that'll give you kind of an example of what Orpin looks like. The contracts by law cannot exceed 100,000. So that's a statute. That's not necessarily an ODOT policy. Bonds are not required on those same public improvement projects. And then 51% of the labor needs to be performed by the ESB Prime's own workforce. And how that's calculated is through certified payrolls. So on the DBE side, you might hear down the later on in the workshop about certified payrolls. So those are pretty important kind of in a lot of different areas for us, really. Slide 5, a sample Orpin listing. I know that's really small. So kind of zooming in, here's kind of an example. So you can see the listing, opportunity number, the fact, these are all ODOT listings, publish date, when it closes, etc. That's kind of what it looks like. Just keep in mind that we're transitioning to Oregon buys in June. So make sure you're registered for Oregon buys, you're ready for the transition. Orpin is still where ESB projects will be posted until that transition takes place. And just kind of keep in mind that we're in sort of we'll be coming up on a transition period pretty soon. So unlike the DBE program, ESB is completely state funded, receives no federal funding for any operations. So aspirational targets are set up versus kind of the hard goals that the DBE program really runs. So the state-funded architecture and engineering, which as you know by now is A&E, and non-A&E contracts exceeding 100,000 receive kind of a standard aspirational target in place at the time of solicitation or contract execution. If there are state-funded construction contracts exceeding $1 million, that will be evaluated for aspirational targets on kind of a case-by-case basis. So keep in mind the numerical percentage of the contract value is really sort of what you're looking at. And then again, just because it's so cool, we include this slide on both of them. Again, all this info is on the last page of the agenda. And I think that's true for all the presenters today. So not just me, everybody that's in there. I don't see any questions in the chat. If there are any questions, you can feel free to leave them in there. I may have to kind of outsource those to different team members because I am sort of just covering the program on an ad hoc basis. But does anyone have any questions off the top of their head about small business? Okay. Hallie, I will turn it back over to you.
All right, it looks like Chris Hunter, have you joined the call? Maybe.
I could get off mute, yes.
Okay, I know those mute buttons can be, you click it and it doesn't work, and you click it and it doesn't work, and then it's a whole process. But you're here. So if you would like to take over and tell us about Region 3 upcoming projects and highlights.
Yeah, I can do that. I am going to attempt to share a screen as well.
Okay.
Although I'm not sharing what I want to share yet. Let's see here. All right, so Region 3, overall Region 3, I don't know how familiar you are with the area, but Region 3 covers Coos, Curry, Douglas, Jackson, Josephine counties, so the southwest corner of the state.
Chris,
and-
we're not seeing your document.
What's that?
We're not seeing your document.
You're not seeing my document.
No, we see your amazing face and the nice range behind you, but
Okay, well, let me try this again. Why is it, let me go back to Zoom. Yeah, all of them are a little different the way you share. So let me go to this.
ooh,
Awesome.
And I'm getting closer.
you are. I see your snip and sketch. There it is.
All right. So, so Region 3, again, kind of that southwest area of the state. Lots of diverse things that go on in our little corner. We have some larger metropolitan areas as well as lots of rural areas. And so I was going to go through, kind of give a high level overview of some of the projects that we have coming up, both kind of A&E services type needs as well as construction needs. And so I've got a little list here, and if I heard correctly, this is being recorded so folks can have this as they to reference back to. But some of the projects that we have coming up that we're going to be soliciting for, architectural and engineering services is an Evan Creek Bridge and bridge over Depot Street. So that's down south. It's really looking at some structural overlays. We've got a Fruitdale Creek that's just replacing a culvert with a bridge. And then we also have US 101 Cedar Point Road, which is it's a smaller culvert project. It's looking at addressing a bunch of culverts on a stretch in the US 101. All of these you're going to see probably coming out sometime this year is our current expectation. Evans Creek, that first project is going to be really soon. Fruitdale could be towards the end of the year, as well as Cedar Point, or just after the end of the year. You'll see us starting to solicit for some potential A&E services. Then we also help a lot of our local agencies deliver projects as well. And so that's what this list is. We've got, I know you talked about emergency projects earlier. This is actually an emergency project back from 2019 that we actually need to now do the design and permanent fix. We've got temporary fixes in place. And so Sandy Creek is a replacement of a larger culvert. It's like an 8-foot culvert. And so we're working through getting that put into our actual STIP program, and then we'll be looking at soliciting for A&E services to design and then also deliver that through construction. The other two are City of Roseburg projects that we're working on, the Stewart Park Drive, which is kind of a bridge rehabilitation of an old steel bridge that goes from, in essence, if you're familiar with Roseburg, kind of Harvard over to the VA. And it's to rehab that bridge. And so we're going to need to procure some services for design and construction oversight. That one will be coming out real soon as well for solicitation of A&E services. And then the next one, the last one on this list, is Douglas Avenue, Deer Creek Bridge, again in Roseburg. Currently, we only have funding to design it, and then we're hoping, over the next few years, we can get some construction funds for the city of Roseburg. And so we'll be soliciting for design services on that one only. And that should be coming out before the end of the year, where some of our folks that are working on these are jam-packed on other projects. And so these kind of stagger a little bit. But we're finalizing up the agreements with the local jurisdictions that allow us to do this work for them. So I'll pause real quick on these and see if there's any questions. All right, then move on to the next one. So this one is more focused on just what we have coming up for construction. And these are all construction projects listed within our state transportation improvement plan. And so we've got Tackonich Creek, which is primarily kind of a bridge rail replacement with other aspects of it. We're redoing the approaches, some guardrail treatments that attach to the bridge. And so that's going to be a construction project that's going to bid here next month. We have US 101 Bunker Hill sidewalks and Flanagan signals. So that's kind of an interchange improvement, some ADA sidewalk, signal, pedestrian improvements, and some other things there. That's over there by Coos Bay. That'll be bidding in September. Foothill Road, Delta Waters. That one's going to bid also in September, and that's really just some intersection improvements in that area. We have a Southern Oregon seismic bridge retrofit project that bids later September, and it's looking at a seismic retrofit of 5 bridges, most of which I believe are out Highway 140, just outside of Medford. And let's see, the Oregon 99 Coleman Creek, kind of in that Phoenix area. Those bids are also towards the end of September. That's a larger culvert replacement. We have the Oregon 62 Rogue Valley Expressway, bids the end of September. And it's really an installation of multiple ITS features, which the ITS features are kind of that, the informational signs, information technology. So it's really kind of road delays, kind of that smart VMS boards to provide different information. And so that's what that project is really focused around. So it's more kind of electronic component type variable message signs, but larger signs mounted various locations through that corridor. We've got the US 101 Garrison Sioux Cemetery Loop in Port Orford. So kind of towards South Coast a little bit in October. That's a paving project, but also has a lot of ADA components, some sidewalk and ADA ramps on the corners, some pedestrian crossings. We've got Oakland 90, the old Highway 99 Oakland Bridge, and then also the Melrose Road Concord Bridge project. That's actually a couple bridges that we're doing for Douglas County that will be going to bid late October. And it's the replacement of those 2 bridges. That'll be a pretty big project. Let's see, Oregon 42, Slater Creek, Hard Cash Lane, and slide repair bids in December. And it's really just some paving. And then there's a minor slide repair that we have some work to do on that that's within the paving limits of that project. And then kind of the last one that we're bidding out this year is the US 199 Holton Creek Pedestrian Bridge. Kirby, it goes out in December as well. And the main focus is around that pedestrian bridge. I think we have some shoulder widening and some other things that we're doing with that. And so that's the larger projects that we have through our STIP program. We also have district projects, and I don't have just a specific list. I know they're going to be putting out some more projects through called kind of that region procurement. It still goes through Oregon Buys, but keep your eye on that all the time. I'd really recommend that you watch that pretty much all the time because it can change. So we're going to have some several culvert projects through our district maintenance office that they're going to be putting out. We've got some paving projects, smaller paving projects that they're still going to be getting out this year. We have some tree removal projects. I think that's actually up around 97 where the fire was here a couple of years ago. What else do we have? We've probably got we're looking to put out price agreement, which is a little different, but that's for cable barrier and guardrail. So a price agreement for repairs to that and providing services. And then I believe we've also got like some, periodically we'll have some bank or slope repairs, which typically a little smaller, usually consists of like a buttress and maybe a rock inlay on a slope where we've had a pop out or a slide. And so those are some of the district projects that you'll see that don't necessarily have any time frame. They're working on them and trying to work to get some of those projects out. And that's why it is really important to keep an eye on now what's going to be the Oregon buys for those opportunities. So when they come out, you can see them, you know, be pre-qualified. We just talked about, Max just talked about the ESB program. A lot of those projects through that ESB program are ran through our district. And so they'll come out that same way. And so you can get notifications for those. And so folks that are interested in those programs definitely get pre-qualified. So we're ready to go. And so there's always lots going on. You know, unfortunately, sometimes these dates and times do fluctuate a little bit. But we do try to hold pretty close to most of these as best we can, but there are always some influences that make some of this change. But with that, I guess I will ask if there are any additional questions or information or anything anybody wants. Silent crowd today.
Well, not quite. I have a question that has to do with tree removal because I run a portable milling business. And so like I'm probably looking more at slides and stuff like that in the wintertime rather than bigger projects. But how would I go about trying to get lined up on that kind of stuff?
One way for sure is to get a hold of our district staff. I mean, there's always opportunities to bring somebody in to work on some of our slides, some of our things that aren't as large. But a lot of times we may still hire a contractor more on an emergency basis. And I know you talked about emergency projects earlier. And so for those type of situations, a lot of times it's just good to make contact with our local district folks. So they know who you are, they know what your abilities are. So if we have an emergency in the area and you've got the right equipment for the job, a lot of times we can call folks out. We usually still try to go through some sort of a bidding process, but it does depend on the emergency itself. If it's a declared emergency, we can go through other processes to get folks out there because of the unsafe conditions.
Right.
And so it is good to talk with our district folks and make sure they understand what your abilities are. Otherwise, you know, as we put these projects together, we're still going through, we're going to be going through the Oregon buys process. And so if we're putting out, you know, even if they're little contracts, but if we're putting out contracts, they'll go through the Oregon buys process for those.
Right. And I was just curious how I would get close enough connected to my local people that I could get in on the emergency stuff, because that would be more where I would focus rather than into something that is a year or 2 year contract. I'm not big enough to handle that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I can put a couple district contact names in the chat for you.
Okay.
And then I see there's a couple questions there. So who you can follow up for, you know, some of the consultant designs. I'll put our what we call the resident engineer consultant project manager. I'll put his contact information there. Currently, we only have one for the region for those, you know, kind of full service type contracts. And so I'll put you in contact initially with them.
Okay.
So I'll provide his contact information in here as well. And then looks like, Ben, you've got a question around the city of Roseburg point of contact for their bridge rehab replacement. May somewhat depend on your question, but as far as performing services on that, we're delivering that for the city. And so we'll be, you know, soliciting for a consultant to bring on board to provide that design and those services for us. And so if you want a specific contact for who's doing that within ODOT, let me know and I can provide that information as well.
All right.
This is Christy. James, what's your company name? And I can provide support too.
Most Mobile Milling.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is Terry again. I did want to make one clarification for the projects that are coming out of the regions, the state funded projects. They do not require pre-qualification. So don't let that scare you away.
All right.
Chris, can you add your email to the chat as well?
Yes, I will do that. Well, and if there's no more questions, or if there are, put some in the chat, and if I don't see them, someone will get back to me. Oh, look at that. Someone already threw my name in there.
Yep, I got them for you.
I do appreciate everybody taking the time today and being interested in performing work down in our area. I really like our little southwest corner of the state, and it's a fun place to work. So appreciate everybody's interest for continuing to look at doing or newly performing work for us.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you, Haley.
So we have just thrown our times all over the place. How about we take a little 5-minute screen break? And then when we come back, we will finish up the small, and we'll talk with Christy Meacham and Carol Cottingham. And then we'll move into COVID, and then we'll have the rest of our day free. So let's take let's take an 8-minute break because we're doing so good on time, and let's be back at 1:20. So I will see you all back at 1:20.
Haley, do you mind throwing Diana Foster's email in the chat, please?
Absolutely.
That's what you think, Corey. If you think I'm freaking gonna jump on that and make it $4.
Can you see my screen?
I was just messaging Christy. I can see your desktop right now. What the other, it showed for a minute and then all of a sudden it showed your desktop.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
That's the misery of two screens.
Oh, I hear ya. Also a joy, but also misery.
Yeah.
All right, and with that, we are at 1:20, so we are back online. We have Christy ready to go for our Office of Civil Rights and Business and Workforce Development Program. So take it away.
Well, this is where I get tongue-tied, but welcome. I'm Kristen Meacham, the Region 3 Field Coordinator. I'm here to help and support any business and we'll just get started. So, whoa. Okay, so the Office of Civil Rights has 6 programs that around the state. These are the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, the Workforce Development, Equal Employment Opportunity, and Title VI are all covered under the Code of Federal Regulations and are listed in our contracts and on our website. The Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance, those are in all the other regions except for Region 3. So if you're going to work in Region 1, 2, 4, or 5, you need to make sure you have your Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance training. The Emerging Small Business is statewide, including Region 3. And let's go to the next slide. Workforce Development Programs are federally and state funded. So the federal aid programs, Equal Employment Opportunity, Affirmative Action, EEO contractor compliance reviews. Every contract that is over $1 million and over a year will or could get an EEO review. Somebody will contact you from the Office of Civil Rights. Also, the OFCCP could contact a contractor to do a review. That's a federal group that will let you know if your project got the draw. On the job and apprentice training program goals are in specific projects, and then there's tribal employment rights. Those are through the tribes that are in the other 4 regions. Oregon Highway Construction Workforce Development is covered under the revised statute. The funding increases the diversity in highway construction workforce, prepare and support individuals. We have programs that support apprentices to keep them engaged in their apprenticeship program. So the Equal Employment Opportunity Affirmative Action, the goal is to reduce discrimination, make sure companies are compliant and maintain a working environment free of harassment, intimidation, and coercion. It ensures that the affirmative action programs are enforced on our contracts. Again, the contractor EO affirmative action compliance reviews, formal detail of contract compliance is done on 5 or 6 projects a year. They are conducted in coordination with Federal Highway, FHWA. If you are found in non-compliance, there will be a corrective action plan, and to avoid becoming found non-compliance, and reaching out to women and minorities on a regular basis and documenting. The Title VI Civil Rights Act is covered in our contracts. And let's go ahead. ODOT non-discrimination statement is in every contract. I'm just letting you read it. Okay, the goals for on-the-job training and apprentices. Training goals to support the percentage of apprenticeable trades to be completed by apprentices on ODOT jobs or approved trainees. They cover the trades labor, operator, carpenter, ironworker, cement mason, electrician. If the contractor is unable to fulfill the goal on the contract, there is a disincentive if they do complete the goal of 200 hours, 2,000 hours, however many is on the project. There's an incentive of $20 per hour that's completed by an apprentice. They must use Bully registered apprentices, and they must be a training agent with Bully. The average age of the construction worker is 50 years old, so we need to replace and train a new skilled workforce. If you're not a training agent, consider becoming one. So the tribal employment rights, the TARO is, like I said, in every other region, and if there is TARO requirements on a project, they will be listed in the contract. TARO, the tribes have a memorandum of understanding with ODOT, and it defines the relationship between ODOT and each tribe, recognizes and supports tribal sovereignty, extends tribal employment rights to a 60-mile boundary authorized under the U.S. Code 23, Section 140. TARO directors and ODOT civil rights managers are the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding administrators. The Highway Construction Workforce Development Program, Oregon Revised Statute, with the goal to increase diversity and support and prepare new workforce. ODOT and Bully have an agreement for supportive services to help apprentices stay in employment and on the job. Outreach, recruitment, and pre-apprenticeship programs are also supported. There is a focus on minorities and women. Some of the organizations for outreach, recruitment, and pre-apprenticeship are the Oregon Tradeswomen, Construction Hope, Portland Youth Builders, Blue Sun, Pacific Northwest Carpenters, Cement Masons, Oregon State University, Baker Technical Institute, Building Futures, and Construction Employment Coalitions through outreach. Here's a flyer that is utilized to share opportunities at career fairs and job fairs. Support retention partners, Oregon Tradeswomen, Akana Community Services Agency, Department of Human Services, Portland Youth Builders, University of Iowa. There's programs that help with childcare, tools, transportation, and for staying on the job. So my name is Christy Meacham, and I flew through that. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How large a business have to be before we got to start worrying about minorities in our business?
Well, what the goals for minority and women and EEO, those are all contractual in the ODOT contracts. On the heavy and highway, I don't believe they're put in the orphan projects.
This is Terry. Yeah, those requirements are not in the state funded projects. So the projects that are advertised on ORPN and soon to be Oregon Buys do not include those requirements. But there may be a few projects that have some federal funding that that they could apply, but generally they don't, and especially on the small stuff.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I'm literally a two-man operation at this point in time. So
yeah, based on what you said earlier, the services you provided, that would not be required.
okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
So Haley, I cannot see if there's any, is there something in the chat?
Sorry about that. My computer screen just shifted on me. It doesn't look like everything is popping right now. It looks like everything is good. There's no other questions.
I would say that if they're not familiar with the STIP, if they're not watching the STIP and they're not watching the e-bids, then they could be missing out on subcontracting or being a prime on some of the projects.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And Carol, are you on?
Yes, I am.
All right. We are ready whenever you are.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol Cottingham. I am ODOT Intermodal Civil Rights Program Manager. And I have some slides I'll share with you. And I will talk while I'm bringing that up. So Intermodal Civil Rights is, I work in Office of Civil Rights with Christy and with Max, with Hallie, and many others. And I am fortunate that by getting to go last in this presentation out of, oh, there we go. Let me see the slide now.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, perfect. By getting to go last as well, not only from civil rights, but after all of the material that was covered this morning, there's a lot of things that if I was just presenting by myself, I don't need to go over. But the main thing is about my role is intermodal in the name, and that is indicating that everything I do is similar to what you've heard about, but I work on behalf of ODOT's Public Transportation Division, which includes public transit, active transportation, as well as some other modes and connection points. ODOT, of course, is a big piece of what we do is everything that's related to highway and bridge, both construction and maintenance. However, ODOT is the primary way that we fund public transportation throughout the state. Although we don't provide service ourselves, there's not an ODOT bus service. We are providing that support for any transit agency you may have heard of, as well as many that you may not have. There's some type of transit everywhere through all 36 counties. Sometimes that's a rural dial-a-ride type service. Often it's a combination of services. So again, you might not realize it, but there's some money going to the county and then it's being passed through to help provide some essential services. So how that works in the state, as you see on the slide here, there's a combination of state and federal. This FTA is Federal Transit Administration funds. And these are all matched locally. So everything that's funded, everything has some combination. There's, with very few exceptions, anytime that something related to transit is just done locally, just done with state funds, just done with federal, it's almost always some combination. Again, piggybacking on what you heard when Max described the DB program, if there's $1 of federal funds, it does trigger a certain sort of little menu of federal obligations, including DB program. Because the funds are coming from Federal Transit Administration, it's the same ODOT DB program, but we do have a separate goal due to the nature of the contracting, which I'll talk about in a minute, and the nature of the distribution of funds. So what the main thing that happens that makes it different is ODOT, as I said, not only do we not run our own buses or something, but really what we're doing is supporting all the agencies that deliver public transit and related services. So the other thing with the FTA DBE goal is that we are looking at not the contracts that we let, but this goal is applying to the agencies that we work with and support. And our DBE goal is largely based off of the contracts that they have. Statewide proposed DBE goal, 4.25%, that's the triennial goal. And again, that's not met through one agency or the other or just ODOT, that's met through our reporting statewide. And as I've already mentioned, many of the opportunities are let locally. And here are some common bidding opportunities. So in short, in transit, there is funding for capital construction and other services like that. But a big piece of what is funded and what is contracted is about not about building infrastructure or building things, but rather about supporting and maintaining service, if that makes sense. So although there's an occasional construction things, a few of which I'll highlight in a minute, there's ongoing need for sort of public outreach, planning, those type of firms, partly because transit is always looking at ways, again, for all of these types of funding. Part of what you need to do, if I was speaking to the providers, not to the audience today, is constantly having planning documents and showing all the reasons of why the funds are needed and what's needed. So there's a lot of support for that. Printing and design, both for schedules and other materials. Vehicle maintenance is a big thing that is purchased. Again, it will depend on which transit provider, whether they do that in-house or not. Purchase service. Purchase service is where you might think you know the transit provider. So down in Medford area, Rogue Valley, RVTD, but they might, although they have a certain number of vehicles and drivers that are employees of RVTD, purchase service is when you're contracting. So there is actually a third-party firm that is providing service, but again, to the rider, to the customer, to anybody around town, it all looks the same to you, but it's actually contracted out. Facility maintenance, this is a big one that is an ongoing cost, but happens all the time. So this can include buildings like offices and bus barns and things like this, but facilities can also include bus stops or other connection points, including some of the sidewalk or other infrastructure that connects those to city streets and sidewalks. And then finally, new technology and infrastructure. And I do not have any specific examples right now happening in Region 3, but I can tell you that they'll be coming. And what I'm referring to here is there is the traditional things that I've just gone over, such as, we think of transit and we think of buses and we think of, light rail up in Portland, et cetera. But transit is in a point of change where we are looking at new, shifting buses over from diesel. There's plenty of gas, but there are also some pilot projects for electric vehicles. Some things that happened under COVID that might become long-term changes are sort of on the technology side of having things like touchless e-fare systems, putting in sort of technology infrastructure to support, better apps and better ways to do things rather than the old days of, putting money in the front of the bus or having a punch card, picking up a paper schedule. So there's a lot of things around that, and why I flag it as new as well is there are specifically some of these came through the funding packages, for the federal funding packages related to COVID last year. And then all sources are indicating from Federal Transit Administration, we're going to see this continuing in the next couple of years, is FTA is putting out funds to support, again, pilot projects of any of these things where it's like well, after COVID, we learned that certain things about our service need to change, or we need to sort of adapt and evolve. So there's going to be a lot of changes coming there, and with all of those changes, there's going to be contracting opportunities. So with that being said, how do you find them? So down in Region 3, wherever you are, the thing about transit is, although you can always contact me, most of the bidding is decentralized. We're looking at all of our partners, transit agencies, nonprofits, etc. The link went away, but I'll fix the link before we share this. But two of the larger entities that have bidding opportunities in Region 3, Rogue Valley, I just mentioned, RVTD. Of course, Orphan and Oregon Buys is where you'll find a lot of things listed. And we've heard about that this morning. The other thing to think about is that transit agencies also are under the same procurement, many of the same procurement rules that you've heard about when ODOT's procurement staff was talking. And within that, there are a lot of times where there are things within maintenance, construction, even with bus stops and things like that, where they might be falling into those lower dollar thresholds so they might be doing them through those mini solicitations and micro purchase and methods like that, in which case they're not always going to be posted. So it's really important to, if you're looking into exploring working with transit providers, it's important to find out who is in the procurement for that agency, or where they're posting things, or if they have their own list or their way that they kind of do business when they need to do things quickly, or if they're doing them under the thresholds of posting. So Rogue Valley, they always have different things that come up. And then also Coos County Area Transportation District, or CCAT. They've been around for a while. They regrouped a little bit, sort of on the back end, how things are structured. But they provide, it's not just in Coos Bay, but they also provide some service as a point of connection. And they had posted, right now, I think it goes into the summer, but a series of things to be constructed, including, I'll note here, including some connections, so connecting to sort of up to Florence, and then also connecting, I think they're connecting over to Roseburg. And so although it's through CCAT, it's not just going to be in Coos Bay. There's a series of things that are being funded. And that's going to be because they're adding new connection lines. There's bus shelters, and other sort of, again, all that related pieces of infrastructure and connecting. And then finally, I wrote city and county governments. And this is because, again, if I put up a list of everyone who receives federal transit money and who's part of my various reporting, whether it's for DBE or other purposes, you would see a list of like 80 different entities around the state. Some of those entities are, again, RVTD. I mean, they've got a logo, they've got buses, that makes sense. But there's also a lot where it might be a county or a city that you're not really thinking of. But it turns out they get that money and then they they pass it through, or intergovernmental too, such as the MPOs or the ACT. Sometimes they're getting money and then passing it through. Also, sometimes they get their money and they don't pass it through to, say, Rogue Valley or CCAT, but they let their own contract that's actually supporting something that these agencies do. So there's always a possibility that things will come out through those methods as well. And then finally, right there at the bottom, I mean, that's the most important thing is if you're interested in learning more or finding out if there's ways that services you provide or services you may think you want to evolve and provide, find out what's out there. You can always reach out to me, Intermodal Civil Rights Program Manager. And then also we have
regional transit coordinators throughout all of our regions. So just like Christy Meacham is our civil rights field coordinator for Region 3, and she can certainly be your go-to person. She always pings me as soon as she hears anything. We also have Jennifer Boardman, who works for ODOT, and she supports not just for civil rights, but sort of a 360 technical assistance, grant management, et cetera, for the transit providers. And so she's somebody who will always know who to contact or what's going on if there's projects coming out the door. And that's it for my presentation. Can stop sharing and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Carol. I'm not seeing any questions. We're working on, because we've gotten ourselves so far ahead, we want to make sure that we're ready for the next thing. But I really do appreciate it, Carol. Thanks for wrapping up all of that piece. Now we're just waiting for COVID and who will be presenting. They've been so busy lately that it's kind of continuously sorted around who's going to be presenting at each of these doing business with ODOT meetings. So we are just working on that. Let's go, let's see, hold please, while we see who's online and ready to help present.
Alice, this is Max. I'm looking at the participant list, and I'm not seeing any staff from COVID. I did just send them a note. So what we could do is, we've gone through several people in a row. We could take a break, perhaps until maybe like 2, and then at that point, if COVID is on the line, then great. And then if not, then folks can break out a little bit early. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a great idea. So yeah, let's take a little break until 2 and then come back and we will regroup at that point. So 2 o'clock and we will see you all back then. All right, all. So we haven't heard quite back from our COVID group. So we're gonna give them about another 5 minutes. So if you just wanna have your sound on, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes to give you the official no or go, no or go, goodness words. And if for some reason we don't have a chance to link with COVID today, we do have recorded, their recorded sessions from the previous sessions of this. They give out the exact same information, doesn't matter which region it is. So worst case scenario, we will get you a link to those presentations because I know that that is something that a lot of people do want information on. So again, we're gonna give them about 5 more minutes. So just keep your speakers up and I will let you know what's going on. Thank you.
Hey, Haley.
Yeah.
This is Christy. Is it okay if I do some discussion on the STIP and how to plan for projects out in the future?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so how many contractors do we have on, I think I see a few contractors. So how many are you familiar with the STIP and how to search the STIP to see what projects are coming up in the next year, 5 years, 3 years, that kind of stuff?
Completely unfamiliar and would love to know about it.
Awesome. So if so I'm flying by the seat of my pants. So let me get to the STIP and I'll put it in the chat, and then you can go to that link. Let's see. Let me get the almost there. So this is how you can plan your work. So if you go to that link, there's a document you can download. It's a living document and it changes, but it'll give you an idea. The projects move forward, they move back, but it'll give you an idea what's coming your way. If you're a paving company or if you're a A&E company, you can get your eyes on the projects that are coming. Let me see if I can get to the current STIP. I will say they don't make it easy. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a better. Okay, that's going to be better. That gives you the 21-24 STIP. And if you go to that link, you can see that you know what? Let me see if I can share this. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so on this page here, you can see what projects are coming up. So see the finger on the 21-24. This project list is updated daily and includes changes from the final STIP. So you can look at this project, you can go right here. And when it downloads, you'll get the huge PDF. You don't want to print it, just saying. And when it gets done loading, I'll show you how to search for your projects or your type of work. So I'm going to hit Control F and I'm going to type asphalt. So every time asphalt is listed, it'll show you what the description of the work is, give you some basic information, and it'll give you some dates. Now the dates can change. These are projects that have not gone out to e-bids, so there's no contract numbers, but there are the key numbers like what Chris was talking about. So you can look at the key numbers and save them, do whatever you need to do, follow the project, and it should tell you, I'm looking to see if there's a let date on this. So this project's been approved I actually think this project has already gone to, it says project under construction. So let's do, there's 19 projects. You see 19 projects that have asphalt in them. And what's another, and it gives you the county location, gives you all sorts of cool information. You can just do a search by the county that you're interested in working. If you don't care which county, you can just do general. What's another, how about bridge? So if you just like to work on bridges, here's bridge. So if you're there's 602 bridges, projects with bridge in it. So you know the scope of work if you're a bridge contractor. Excavation. So some of our projects have tons of excavation in them. There's only one on this. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Chrissy, can you narrow it down inside of like bridge work for subcontract work on the bridges that they're still looking for, or is that not possible?
Okay, so that's a great question. So this right here shows projects that haven't been awarded to any primes. So you're going to want to say, oh, I want to work on this project. I'm planning, it's coming in, this project's coming in a year, this project's coming in 2 years. I'm going to watch eBids when it goes on to eBids, see, and I'm going to see who the holders of the plans are. Are you familiar with eBids?
Yes.
Okay, so when you go on to eBids, you can see who's the holder of the plans, and you can submit a bid to them before it gets awarded. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Do you have another question, Toby?
This one that you have up on your screen currently is showing just says buckets of funds. Is there, so there's no certain project, they just have an allotted amount to spend on projects?
So these are projects in, yeah, I'm not real sure. Apparently it's going to have, let's see, the seismic corridor, US 97. So it's going to have, let's see, what's the bucket of funds? I'm not sure what that means. That would be a Chris Hunter question. So the funding, it says it's non-MPO, so I'm not sure if the funding's going to be federal or state or both. But all these projects that are in the STIP, 99.9% of them are going to have federal funds in them. So they're going to have the federal requirements. And I will say that every contract that we let, you should get a copy of it, whether you're a prime or well, primes do, but when you're a sub on a project, because that will be helpful to you. And every document that's requested is something that we need for our reporting. So we have to have those documents that are in the contract. They're not just to cause consternation. They're to help us with our reporting.
Is there a source that has this type of information that's state only funded?
So if you're, are you kind of saying you'd prefer to work on only state funded projects like through Oregon Buys and Orphan?
More or less, I'm just looking for, yeah, just things that would be alleviating all the federal requirements.
Okay, so then you're going to want to make sure that your Oregon Buys profile is very detailed so that you get notified for every single project that comes up. You could be a subcontractor on one of these projects and find that you do like it once you do it a few times. And let's see if there's, I don't know if we can just start search by state on this or not. There's nothing like this for Orphan or Oregon Buys.
You have a D in front of state there. Does that-
Ah, there was a icon in front of that. Thank you. Okay, so let's see, what's this project? Says it's under construction, funds. I'm not sure where the funds are coming from. So this was not a good way to look for state-funded projects. We do have very few state-funded projects that are heavy highway. You might find that going to your transits, you might find some opportunities in your transits. What's your scope of work?
Excavation or mulching and mowing, also concrete work.
Okay, so there's multiple things in there that you said that transit companies could be looking for your services. So you're going to want to make sure again that you're on Orpin, or it's not, well, or Orpin's going away, so on Oregon Buys. And that just gives you more opportunities on Oregon Buys. Are you an ESB or a certified company?
Working on the certification for a woman-owned business.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, make sure you get your certification and get all the certifications you can, because every single certification will give you a higher level of visibility for not just ODOT, it'll give you a higher level of visibility. ODF, ODF&W, transits, school districts, a school district. Do you do fences?
Yeah.
So we're right now, if you were certified as an emerging small business, you might be able to bid on some of the fence projects that we've got coming up and that are out on Orpin. So make sure you get all the certifications you can.
This is Terry. Can I interject?
Awesome. Yes.
For the state-funded projects, right now, like I said, this transition period is kind of strange, but with the Orpin, and it'll be the same on Oregon Buys, when you register, then it'll ask you for the type of work that you do. And generally it asks for what's called an NAICS code, which is NAICS, we call them NAICS codes. And so excavation, sidewalk installation and repair, mulching, landscaping, all of those things. When you register on Orpin and now on Oregon Buys, register under those codes, because what will happen is that you'll get notified when that type of work comes up. And if you're registered as an ESB, when we issue our ESB projects, I always specifically notify my ESB contractors, but the only notifications that come up in the system are for those ESB contractors that have put in those specific codes for that type of work. If I have worked with you in the past, I will send you a courtesy notice anyway if I know you do that type of work. But as a starting person, be very thorough in your registration to show what type of work that you do, because then the system will automatically notify you when the projects are posted.
Is Mr. Mo still on? Did he go? So Toby, on the e-bids, did you say you were familiar with it?
Familiar with it. I haven't actually used it, but I'm familiar with it from other companies working.
Okay, so right now we've got a project coming up that's bidding on May 20th. So the scope of work on here, you might find something that you would like to submit a bid to the holders of the plans. So you can get, so we've got Leduc, Central Pipe, JRT. These are the prime contractors that are looking to become primes on this project. And then these are the others that are subs that are looking to potentially work on this project. And if you want to look at there's bid documents, you can look at the plans, you can look at the contract requirements. This is where you would get your contract so you could make sure that you're bidding and doing it comprehensively. So does anybody have any more questions? I'm not sure why it won't show me how many people are still here.
We have 21 people still online.
Okay.
I don't think that COVID has gotten back to us. They've been super busy. Scheduling has been very hard with them because they've just been so busy. So thank you so much, Christy, for kind of showing that and going over that, because I think that's definitely beneficial. And I think with this, we will just call this meeting adjourned and give you guys back like an hour and 45 minutes in your day. Again, as soon as that presentation gets posted that has the COVID information, I will also send you all that link so that you can watch that presentation and get more information on it.
Haley, can I say one more thing?
Of course.
Any company that's on this call and they're not certified, you should get certified. It just can help. It can't hurt at all, and it would only cost you your time. I know time is valuable, but you might find that it's quite beneficial. And if you have any more questions, call me.
Absolutely. I've listened to their presentation 2 times now, and I can see why it would be so beneficial. So I definitely agree with that. And yeah, so with that, you guys all have yourself a great sunny afternoon, and we'll be in touch sometime shortly in the future. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.